The Psychopath Factory. Tristam Vivian Adams. How capitalism organizes empathy. Table of contents. Introduction. Welcome to Red Tower Novelties Ltd. Chapter 1. A World of Psychopaths. Chapter 2. Dreaming of the Voight-Kamp Test. Chapter 3. Giving a fuck when it ain't your turn to give a fuck. Chapter 4. Goldilocks. Chapter 5. Organized Scarring. Chapter 6. Capitalist Theater, Don't Call Me Boss. Chapter 7. Cool Customers. Chapter 8. Under Bright Lights and Medication. Chapter 9. The Competition Sickness. Chapter 10. Cured, Psychopathy as the Writing of Capitalism. Chapter 11. Dialectic of Empathy, Deconstructing Sadistic Empathy. Chapter 12. You Can't Get Out Backwards. Bibliography. Extended Filmography. Notes. Introduction. Welcome to Red Tower Novelties Ltd. Each day millions and millions of calls, emails, and letters flood into the Red Tower Novelties Ltd customer service department. It is a call center that also deals with written correspondence. Employees are expected to be flexible and good at multitasking. The purpose of the call center is, of course, customer service, caring about and listening to customers and solving their problems. In a way, the customer service department, the call center, offers relationships, empathy, sympathy, and understanding. But this is all it can offer. This is because the company that owns and operates the call center, Red Tower Novelties Ltd., has not provided good service or satisfactory products. Many of its products are defective and do not operate as they should. In fact, the products of Red Tower Novelties Ltd. are dangerous. On many occasions the products of Red Tower Novelties Ltd. have been known to malfunction, causing injury or harm. So as you can imagine, the call center needs to offer its customer services to the millions and millions of customers that call or write letters detailing their distress, injury, loss, or bereavement. The predicament for the workers inside the call center is that Red Tower Novelties Ltd. will not allow full refunds, replacements, compensation, or likewise. The company has accepted that it cannot fulfill the promises made by them, and expected by their customers. Red Tower Novelties Ltd. knows its products are dangerous but cannot do anything about it. Hence, the large call center, the customer service department of Red Tower Novelties Ltd., is very busy. Some of the more cynical managers in the call center refer to the situation as firefighting, but most are more positive and describe the task at hand as a reactive management of consumer expectations. For the people that work there, a large part of the job is looking at photos of injuries that customers may have experienced as a result of the failed products, as well as listening to the customers' grievances on the phone. Many newbies get a little upset at first. They panic or collapse in tears. In fact, many of the staff experience some form of mental and emotional breakdown. A common complaint is that the working conditions are stressful, but this isn't really the case. The working conditions are only the way they are so that employees can work in the most efficient and productive manner. Being organized and managing one's workload is the best way to combat stress. Each time a new case arrives, the photographic evidence pops up on the employees' computers, not dissimilar to a pop-up advert you see on the internet. As you can imagine, the customer complaints come in thick and fast, and employees may see a lot of images showing various injuries that result from faulty products. When a particularly important case, a high-level case, comes in, alarms sound to alert employees. Of course, only the most serious of cases warrant this. Naturally, this alarm is different to the fire alarm that sounds each week in accordance with the current health and safety regulations. The headsets of each employee also beep when their cases receive follow-up emails. This helps each employee manage their workload and operate efficiently. It helps them plan their time. Visibility and knowledge sharing are key values at Red Tower Novelties Ltd. The employees often pin photographs and printouts of various mishaps and accidents on notice boards. These activities are important. The more intensive the knowledge sharing, the better employees are at offering customers the good service and support they need. The managers all help too. Fun music is played to boost energy levels and encourage team spirit. When targets are hit, or when an employee closes a particularly troublesome case, they announce the employee's success in bulletin emails and write the employee's name in big letters on notice boards. Recognizing success is important. It ensures members of the team are aware of each other's achievements. The managers are very friendly. Red Tower Novelties Ltd is a very relaxed place to work. No one would call anyone boss or sir. It is like we are one big team, all on the same level, rather than a hierarchical company. Not like school where you had to watch what you said all the time. No, it is not like that here. At Red Tower Novelties Ltd, the managers are on first-name terms with everyone just like we are with them. They banter and joke, and so do we. The managers often arrange team-building exercises. Occasionally a manager will vanish, just like that. Without a goodbye or anything. No one knows why. And anyway, the other managers are always there to offer support. Occasionally managers ask for favors. Of course everyone is happy to help, because they are so friendly and help so much too. It is not uncommon to see managers silently mouthing helpful advice to the call center employees whilst they are tackling a particularly challenging phone call with an upset customer. The newbies who panic and collapse really have no reason to. They are just too sensitive, highly strung, or not cut out for the job. Panicking doesn't help anyone, and these newbies certainly aren't helping anyone if they can't keep a lid on it. The best way to stay relaxed is to keep on top of the work. It is best to just keep calm and carry on with the task at hand. Red Tower Novelties Ltd has certainly implemented robust and transparent measures that ensure their employees work in the most productive and efficient manner possible. By giving employees the help they need, by enabling knowledge sharing and encouraging team spirit, they can work well. Being in control of one's workload and being able to successfully manage expectations is key to morale. The only criticism one could have for the customer service department at Red Tower Novelties Ltd would be that the lighting isn't always perfect. You see, up on the ceiling, in between the large gray tiles, there are long halogen lights. Many of these lights flicker. Not all the time, but intermittently. Every now and then they would start flickering for a few minutes, then stop. You probably won't be surprised to hear that the call center is quite large, and that because of this there is always a flickering light in sight. This isn't the fault of Red Tower Novelties Ltd, but perhaps that of the contractor that Business Space Solutions Department of Maintenance and Servicing has employed to provide the lighting. Also, by coincidence, the Red Tower Novelties Ltd customer service department happens to be located in a region prone to intense lightning storms. Of course, you can't blame them for that. Red Tower Novelties Ltd are not responsible for the weather. Chapter 1. A World of Psychopaths. Norman Bates from Hitchcock's Psycho, Hannibal Lecter from Thomas Harris's novels, Tom Ripley from Patricia Highsmith's The Ripley Omnibus, Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov from Fyodor Dostoevsky's Crime and Punishment, or perhaps Fyodor Pavlovich Karamazov from The Brothers Karamazov. There is Patrick Bateman from Bret Easton Ellis's American Psycho, Dr. Jed Hill from Harold Becker's Malice, Simon from Antonio Campos's Simon Killer, Asami from Takashi Miike's Audition, Rhoda Penmark from The Bad Seed, Kevin from We Need to Talk About Kevin, Benoit from Man Bites Dog, Gordon Gekko from Wall Street, Bridget Gregory from The Last Seduction, Ryn Jacobs from The Little Girl Who Lives Down the Lane, The Joker from The Dark Knight, Anton Chigurh from No Country for Old Men, Kevin McAllister from Home Alone. Film and literature has no shortage of characterizations of psychopathy. We shall focus more on examples of fictional psychopathy rather than ruminating on persons who have been diagnosed as psychopathic by authorities, because the interest here is in psychopathy and empathy, not criminal psychology or antisocial behavior. Looking to persons diagnosed as psychopathic is not conducive to our exploration, because such persons are often diagnosed after crime or during incarceration. We shall not confuse psychopathy with criminality or antisocial behavior, so looking to fiction is preferred over exploring the psychiatric evaluations of criminals diagnosed as psychopathic. Also, in terms of psychopathy, looking to fiction is not uncommon for criminal psychologists or psychiatrists. Hervey Cleckley's The Mask of Sanity, an attempt to clarify some issues about the so-called psychopathic personality disorder, is a foundational text on psychopathy. It is littered with considerations and comparisons of literary characters' psychologies. Characters from the works of Dostoevsky, Faulkner, Shakespeare, Mann, Dickens, Proust, and Bronte are all considered. Likewise, Robert D. Hare in his cornerstone text Without Conscience, The Disturbing World of the Psychopaths Among Us, uses a somewhat narrative, rather than clinical, approach. Hare doesn't rely on fiction, but does use a wealth of material from true crime literature and newspaper reports. Hare states that not all persons described in his book are psychopaths, but the character descriptions are useful to describe aspects of psychopathy. Hare also, very much like Cleckley, uses vignettes to communicate psychopathic characters and aspects of psychopathy. We too shall utilize narrative techniques, but for a very different purpose. Not, like Hare, to render vivid antisociality, criminality or extraordinary levels of manipulation, but so we can sympathize, identify with, and see ourselves in such fictional psychopaths. Let's return to our list of fictional psychopaths. There seem to be many different types. For example, a psychopath may be depicted as a maniac full of paranoid neuroses and impulses. Or a psychopath could be depicted as being highly intelligent, charming, and socially adroit. It seems that psychopaths can be fringe-dwelling failures, but they can also be successful, powerful silhouettes of authority. Psychopaths may be shown to be psychotic and out of touch with the world, but they may also be portrayed as being acutely aware of the world, others, and the concomitant expectations of them. The former could be delusional and volatile, whereas the latter could be controlling, calculating, and adept at manipulating those around them. Perhaps it is because of all these contradictions that psychopathy has somehow ended up as a catch-all term for baddies, for people who we ought to fear, dangerous people, manipulative and intelligent killers, or cold-hearted narcissists. There is a common theme running throughout almost all depictions of psychopathy: violence, selfishness, and crime. In life it seems that every time a particularly gruesome or shocking crime is executed, we quickly label the criminal a psychopath. When something bad is committed, we often seek a reason or a label. The psychiatric evaluations of the Norwegian killer Anders Breivik in 2013 are a case in point. Breivik was never diagnosed as being psychopathic but was initially deemed schizophrenic, psychotic, and criminally insane. Breivik was also diagnosed as exhibiting blunted affect and a severe lack of empathy. In the first instance of evaluation, Breivik was diagnosed as suffering from paranoid schizophrenia, psychotic at the time of the crimes and during psychiatric evaluation. However, a second evaluation concluded that Breivik was not psychotic at the time of his crimes, nor during evaluation. In this second instance, he was diagnosed as having antisocial personality disorder and narcissistic personality disorder instead of paranoid schizophrenia. During the trial, experts testified that it was highly unlikely that Breivik was schizophrenic. It was also testified that Breivik was not delusional or psychotic. This shift of verdict, from mental illness to personality disorder, is symptomatic of the need to seek a reason within the individual for their atrocities. When an illness cannot be confirmed, a personality disorder is the next best explanation. According to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, psychopathy is a subset of antisocial personality disorder. It seems that when individuals commit unfathomably abominable crimes, psychiatric reasons for their atrocities are sought. Their crimes could be attributed to a form of mental illness, rendering the criminal criminally insane under law. However, when these diagnoses cannot be arrived at, a personality disorder is often uncovered. The subject is deemed sane, not mentally ill, it is their personality that is wrong. They may sanely disregard the rights of others, or lack an adequate level of moral judgment. Psychopathy, as a type of antisocial personality disorder, is frequently arrived at as the personality disorder behind the most conspicuous and shocking of crimes. However, this connection is false. Not all psychopaths are criminal, nor all criminals psychopathic. To equate the plethora of criteria harbored within the concept of psychopathy to violent, antisocial, or criminal personalities is misguided. Just because a set of personality characteristics can be applied to, or observed in, criminality, does not mean there is a causal connection. This is a mistake that both popular and serious clinical psychology often makes. For example, the impulsive and antisocial psychopath may be caught for committing crimes and find him or herself the subject of a study into their condition and behavior. However, authorities may never come into contact with psychopaths from the other end of the social or criminal spectrum. Crime seldom benefits, especially when the risks are taken into account. Socially savvy, self-restrained and law-abiding psychopaths would not commit crime for the same reasons as everyone else, as well as being immoral. It is simply not worth the risk. Hence many studies of psychopathy focus on only one type of psychopath, the ones who commit crime and get caught, and thus studied. There has been a deluge of work on psychopathy that contains only studies on incarcerated, mostly male, subjects. These studies of the atypical are problematic in two ways. Firstly, whilst the studies may be explicit about their methodological focus on identifying characteristics within a certain group, the reception or application of the data gained from such studies can reverse engineer a false causal connection. Observations and data sets gained from atypical subject groups are often applied to building the psychopathic personality criteria, regardless of context. Studies into the psychopathic traits exhibited by incarcerated Western males, a narrow set of atypical subjects, are taken up all too quickly to be studies of psychopathy per se. The important line of definition between criminal psychopathy and psychopathy is not maintained but obfuscated. Secondly, the research of an atypical subject group is posited as direct observation of a personality or psychological condition, with little reference to extraordinary context or subjects' histories. This trend is most prevalent in the contributions of criminal psychologists to the definitions of psychopathy. It is this sleight of hand in the passage from atypical to typical, narrow to broad, that is problematic. If understanding the personalities of those punished for being involved with crime was the aim of these studies, this would be fine. But this is not how many studies are presented or taken up. Such studies are all too often presented as studies into psychopathic personalities without caveat or context. Consequently, much of the data regarding psychopathy has been gleaned from observing atypical members of society, those involved in, and punished for, crime. It is this approach, gaining data and defining a personality type through the observations of atypical individuals, that has contributed to the notion that psychopaths are criminal or antisocial. This tendency has also undoubtedly contributed to psychopathy becoming a secular substitute for bad things. For antisocial behaviors we don't understand things we used to attribute to evil. Do some criminals exhibit traits ascribed to psychopathy? Yes. But some criminals are also hemophilic. Some criminals are rich, some poor, some may enjoy classical music, some may be left-handed, some may have green eyes, and some, a small few, by coincidence, may be diagnosed as being psychopathic. Psychopathy is quite autonomous from criminality. This may sound far-fetched for some, and such a claim stands in stark contrast to the folk concept of the psychopath and its cultural registers in film and literature. However, once a strict and comprehensive understanding of psychopathy is approached, focusing especially on the criteria used in definition and diagnosis, then the correlation of psychopathy to criminality will seem as absurd as any causal connection with the other traits, such as being left-handed, or having green eyes. So how to begin understanding the concept of psychopathy? Firstly, the criteria used to define or identify psychopathy must be scrutinized. Secondly, Psychopathy must be regarded as distinct from sociopathy and/or antisocial behavior. In the DSM, psychopathy is described as a variant of antisocial personality disorder. According to the DSM, psychopathy is marked by a lack of anxiety or fear and by a bold interpersonal style that may mask maladaptive behaviors. This psychopathic variant is characterized by low levels of anxiousness and withdrawal and high levels of attention seeking. High attention seeking and low withdrawal capture the social potency component of psychopathy, whereas low anxiousness captures the stress immunity component. Despite psychopathy being listed as a variant of antisocial personality disorder, many of its criteria contradict the superset. For example, low anxiousness and attention seeking are not necessarily antisocial behaviors. It could be argued that low anxiousness and attention seeking are quite social traits. And further, psychopathic criteria such as charm and self-assurance also seem to be quite pro-social, not antisocial, qualities. Thus, psychopathy is an antisocial personality disorder constituted by many pro-social behaviors and characteristics. Within the DSM, psychopathy reads like a contradictory and ill-defined concept, a loose end, a footnote that won't fit anywhere. Psychopathy is listed as a subset of ASPD, yet it is also an interchangeable term for ASPD, along with sociopathy and dissocial personality disorder. Without being a clinical psychologist, and even if we suspend any disagreement with the categorical and reductionist approach to psychological definitions, this logic is problematic. Even when suspending disagreement and accepting the terms of clinical psychology, we are quickly led to a definition of psychopathy that is by turns contradictory, slippery, and chimerical. The contradictions do not end here. As the opening paragraphs of Wikipedia's definition evidence, the definitions and defining criteria of psychopathy, and the terms use and application under law, are contradictory. The definition of psychopathy has varied significantly throughout the history of the concept. Different definitions continue to be used that are only partly overlapping and sometimes appear contradictory. And although no psychiatric or psychological organization has sanctioned a diagnosis titled psychopathy, assessments of psychopathy characteristics are widely used in criminal justice settings in some nations, and may have important consequences for individuals. There are contradictory diagnostic criteria for a diagnosis of a psychology that is not sanctioned but nonetheless holds legal implications. Confused? Good. The contradictions do not end here. Strange contradictions become more and more prevalent when digging a little deeper into the details ascribed to psychopathy. Here are the criteria from the Hare Psychopathy Checklist revised. Factor 1. Facet 1, interpersonal. Glibness/superficial charm. Grandiose sense of self-worth. Pathological lying. Conning/manipulative. Facet 2, affective. Lack of remorse or guilt. Shallow affect. Callous, lack of empathy. Failure to accept responsibility. Factor 2. Facet 3, lifestyle. Need for stimulation. Parasitic lifestyle. Lack of realistic, long-term goals. Impulsivity. Irresponsibility. Facet 4, antisocial. Poor behavioral controls. Early behavioral problems. Juvenile delinquency. Revocation of conditional release. Criminal versatility. Other items. Many short-term marital relationships. Promiscuous sexual behavior. Cleckley's clinical profile, and his listing of 16 qualities characteristic of psychopathic individuals, can also be considered. Superficial charm and good intelligence. Absence of delusions and other signs of irrational thinking. Absence of nervousness or psychoneurotic manifestations. Unreliability. Untruthfulness and insincerity. Lack of remorse and shame. Inadequately motivated antisocial behavior. Poor judgment and failure to learn by experience. Pathologic egocentricity and incapacity for love. General poverty in major affective reactions. Specific loss of insight. Unresponsiveness in general interpersonal relations. Fantastic and uninviting behavior with drink and sometimes without. Suicide threats rarely carried out. Sex life impersonal, trivial, and poorly integrated. Failure to follow any life plan. These are just two sets of criteria. There are others such as the psychopathic personality inventory, but for the task at hand these two major lists of criteria display ample paradox and contradictions. For example, in Hare's list many of the antisocial criteria, such as poor behavioral controls or impulsivity, would be major disadvantages for behaving in a cunning or manipulative way. It is difficult to imagine an individual simultaneously exhibiting these traits. This is not to suggest that it is unthinkable or impossible for a person to have poor behavioral control, or a degree of impulsivity, whilst at the same time being cunning and manipulative. These personality traits are by no means exclusive to one another. However, an individual with extremely poor behavioral control and a high level of impulsivity may not be capable of being highly cunning and manipulative. Being highly cunning and manipulative requires a certain level of discipline and behavioral control. Hare's criteria are not altogether harmonious, they often seem at odds with one another. When juxtaposing particular criteria, a somewhat paradoxical formulation of personality emerges. Similar paradoxes exist within Cleckley's criteria. Charm and the illusion of intelligence would be impossible to maintain with a high degree of inadequately motivated antisocial behavior or unresponsiveness in interpersonal relations. Likewise, Cleckley lists an absence of delusions alongside pathological egocentricity. It is puzzling that so many of the criteria seem to be at odds with one another. These contradictory criteria and traits from psychopathic personality checklists are also reflected in our cultural obsession with psychopathy as a chimerical concept. A psychopath could be a Machiavellian character, a master of manipulating others for his or her own ends, a puppet master. Tom Ripley and Hannibal Lecter may be such types. Yet, conversely, a psychopath could also be, according to cultural depictions and some personality criteria, a raging and impulsive criminal, carrying out crimes with myopic neglect for the consequences, and with poor social skills to boot. Further to this, psychopaths are often characterized as being egocentric and narcissistic, yet how this manifests in observable behavior can go two ways. Such an aspect of personality might be manifested in a supersocial fashion, with social grace, charm, politeness, and cunning. Yet it might also be manifested in completely antisocial behavior, failing to conform to social expectations, and with disregard for the consequences of his or her actions. Looking at the extant literature, it seems that almost anyone could be a psychopath. If a person has social grace, intelligence, and charm, is not delusional or irrational, and does not succumb to nervousness, then they could be psychopathic. However, if a person is impulsive, self-centered, unreliable, and engages in antisocial behavior, then they too could be psychopathic. The criteria for psychopathy seem so broad that anyone may be deemed psychopathic. The eloquent, charming, and successful are just as suspect as the antisocial, impulsive, and delinquent. John Ronson describes this paradox particularly well in the psychopath test. If a patient appears not to be a psychopath, then they are a lying manipulator and therefore a psychopath, whereas if they exhibit criteria that matches psychopathic behaviors and traits from a checklist, then they are definitely a psychopath. It is almost a cliché of the catch-22 of psychological treatment. If a subject protests about not being crazy, then they sound just as crazy, perhaps more so, than if they simply declared or admitted to being crazy. Doctor, so good to see you. I feel great, couldn't be better. Psychopathic. Doctor, I despise you, I hate you, let me go or I'll do something crazy. Psychopathic. In the DSM, psychopathy is interchangeable with sociopathy. However, it is more logical that sociopathy be regarded as quite separate and different to psychopathy. This fundamental departure from the sociopathy/psychopathy conflation is the foundation of the scheme laid out here. Making a distinction between the two terms and refuting the interchangeability of psychopathy and sociopathy can yield a definition of psychopathy free from contradictory criteria or paradoxical lists of personality traits. The distinction follows the etymology of each term. Sociopathy is a malady of being social, a falling short of expected behavior or external interaction, whereas psychopathy is a malady of the internal psyche, or the internal psychology one supposes another ought to have. In thinking about sociopathy and psychopathy as two very different types of personality disorder, contrary to the traditional DSM definitions and criteria, it is possible to observe a telling difference, the difference between external and observable action and hidden internal thought. Sociopathy concerns external social interactions, how we act, perform, and conform to rules. In this sense we can see David Brandt from Ricky Gervais's The Office and Larry David from Curb Your Enthusiasm as being sociopathic. Adam Kotsko, however, by contrast, has defined these characters as awkward, and in a later work he sharply distinguishes sociopathic from awkward characters. The terminology we shall employ partly overlaps, but mostly contrasts with Kotsko's. Whereas Kotsko makes a distinction between awkwardness and sociopathy, the scheme introduced thus far does not make this distinction, and regards awkward behavior and behaviors deemed sociopathic or antisocial as part of one continuum, that of behavior falling short of social code and expectations. The crux of the distinction between Kotsko's scheme and the one we shall follow is the difference between personality and observable behavior. Kotsko's sociopaths are taken as personalities as well as behaviors, which is closer to the sociopathy detailed in the DSM. It is as much a question of internal psychology as it is external behavior. For Kotsko, one way of marking the difference is by pointing out the degree of malice and self-centeredness involved. A character like Eric Cartman from South Park breaks the rules out of a desire for domination, but Larry David's faux pas are not malicious and, as Kotsko points out, they are often motivated by an excessive desire to do good. This difference is important enough that Kotsko would define Cartman as sociopathic and Larry David as awkward. However, for us, since both characters are defined by their violation of social expectations, under our scheme we shall define both as sociopathic. We shall do so since our categorization is limited to their behavior and their violation of social expectations. We shall not extend categorical definitions to assumed psychologies. In Kotsko's scheme, sociopaths are assumed to possess some level of negative internal psychology, Eric Cartman's assumed malice, or Jimmy McNulty's supposed selfishness, for example, as the root cause of their behavior that falls short of social expectations or ignores social code. However, we must understand the idea of the sociopath not as a question of internal psychology manifesting as behavior but simply one of behavior. The implication of this is that people who fall foul of social code that results in awkwardness are to be defined as sociopathic under our scheme by virtue of their behavior alone, but as awkward under Kotsko's. The reason we shall follow this behavior-biased approach to categorical definition is important. It is important not to take the liberty of assuming or guessing the internal psychological reason for why persons fall foul of social expectations. If a person knocks into another on the street, they may be full of malice and hate, they may hold a grudge, but they might just be clumsy, poor-sighted or ill. Likewise, if a person takes the last biscuit, they might be a selfish and inconsiderate person, or they might be following a social code that is different to the one expected locally. It is important that we do not make distinctions based on assumed psychologies but only take behaviors at face value. It is for this reason that, contrary to Kotsko, awkward behavior and antisocial behavior ought to be regarded as part of the same continuum. Kotsko's vision of the sociopath also includes many characters that we would define as psychopathic. This difference, between Kotsko's vision and the one we shall follow, is very much a further register of our differences regarding the categorical implications of assumed psychology and observable behavior. Stringer Bell from HBO's The Wire is another example of how different Kotsko's approach is to the scheme we shall follow. Stringer Bell is defined as a climber sociopath by Kotsko, but for us, under our scheme, if we seek any definition of Stringer Bell, it must be psychopathic. This is because Stringer Bell's behavior is not overtly antisocial, it is very social. He is, by turns, dynamically social, he is chameleonic and conformist. One might even suggest he is the most socially adroit member of the Barksdale crew. Stringer always behaves in the right way but is perhaps lacking in empathy. He does not fall foul of social code, but expertly navigates the different social expectations as he moves through the socio-economic strata of his environment. He knows when to wear a suit and leave the streetwear uniform at home. For us, Stringer could be defined, then, as a supersocial psychopath, but not a sociopath. Contrary to Kotsko, Stringer Bell cannot qualify as a sociopath because seldom does he fail to meet the behavior expected by society. Rather, he is sensitive to the expectations of social code, and changes his behavior accordingly. Sociopaths, just like psychopaths, can be good or bad, or anything in between. A sociopath may not want to offend or hurt but may do so unintentionally through social clumsiness, or a lack of observing and conforming to etiquette. But, conversely, a sociopath may simply not care about causing offense, and live a life free from conformity or social niceties in order to achieve whatever they want, be it selfish or ultimately altruistic. Regardless of a sociopath being selfish, malicious, altruistic, socially inept, or awkward, the crucial consistency here is that the sociopath is labeled according to how they act. The sociopath is such by virtue of how they perform, conform, abandon, or ignore social codes and rules of behavior. A person can be deemed sociopathic through observation, behavior, interaction, or relation. It is no coincidence that the kind-hearted sociopaths of comedy exist within highly ordered and socially coded environments. David Brent's awkward and ill-timed social behavior is highly conspicuous when viewed in the context of the open-plan pressure cooker of The Office. Likewise, in Curb Your Enthusiasm, Larry David's endless array of social faux pas and clumsy negotiation of social expectations are heightened to comedic effect by virtue of the setting the prim bourgeois societies of the Los Angeles entertainment circles. Sociopathy is subject to the environment, the context of what behavior is expected, and the failure to act in the correct or expected fashion. It is subject to observation, behavior, interaction, or relation. Psychopathy, by contrast, is based on assumptions concerning an internal psychological status, regardless of behavior it results in. A psychopath may behave like a sociopath because he or she doesn't care, and a psychopath may behave like the antithesis of a sociopath because he or she doesn't care, but has mastered social conformity, grace, and charm. This is the important distinction. A sociopath is such because of how they are seen to behave and how they conform to social expectations, whereas a psychopath is such because of something else, something internal or psychological, but nonetheless, not necessarily apparent. Conning, manipulation and charm are all facets of the established definitions of psychopathy. Psychopaths are very capable of behaving in the correct or socially acceptable manner, of doing what is expected of them, acting just right, doing the right thing. Falling short of the social expectations for behaviors and relations defines the sociopath but not the psychopath. The psychopath may excel at charm and grace, the antithesis of the awkward sociopath. If observable behavior or degrees of conformity to social code offer no opportunity for the definition of the psychopath, then there must be something else, something hidden that cannot be discerned with our senses. What is this hidden, internal, aspect that defines psychopathy? Within most definitions of psychopathy is the assumption of a lack of empathy. Many observations of supposedly psychopathic persons highlight a lack of empathy. A lack of empathy is listed in Hare's PCL, for example. However, this assumption about the internal experience of another is significant on a number of levels. Firstly, every single criterion from Hare or Cleckley is strikingly compatible with, or may easily be assumed to be, the result of a diminished capacity to empathize. For example, take lack of remorse or guilt. A lack of empathy may well be behind a lack of remorse or guilt regarding wrongs done to another. Take two other criteria, emotionally shallow and callous / lack of empathy. A person lacking in empathy may be misunderstood or perceived as being emotionally shallow or callous. Likewise, outright callousness may be assumed to be the result of the subject lacking empathy. Let's take one more: failure to accept responsibility for own actions. A deficiency in the capacity to empathize could be a good explanation for a person's failure to accept responsibility for his or her own actions. Other traits such as grandiose sense of self-worth, pathological lying, being cunning or manipulative, and irresponsibility might be exacerbated if a person was unable to empathize. It may even be argued that such traits stem from a lack of empathy, or that if a person lacks empathy they are predisposed to exhibit many of the behavioral traits from the checklist. For example, we might suppose that a person lacking in empathy is prone to appear callous or irresponsible. It is notable how compatible, complementary, and seemingly logical the absence of empathy is with all other psychopathic traits. Whilst some traits seem at odds with other traits, a lack of empathy doesn't seem to contradict any other criterion. It is harmonious with all other traits and perhaps a logical cause of many. A lack of empathy thus emerges as a good explanation for many other traits. Looking through Hare's PCL, it is difficult to find a trait that is at odds with or contrary to a lack of empathy. The same can be said for Cleckley's checklist. Secondly, a lack of empathy is what sets psychopathy apart from sociopathy, by virtue of our distinction between behavior and internal psychology. The sociopath may well have a large capacity to empathize despite his or her behavior. The amiable yet awkward sociopaths of cringe comedy may well empathize, they just fail to behave in a socially correct manner. By contrast, the psychopath defined by some inner aspect of psychology autonomous from his or her behavior being socially correct or not may behave very socially or not at all, yet harbors an empathetic poverty. The charming and manipulative psychopath, the psychopath with self-control and social grace, doesn't need empathy to do well for him or herself, or to behave well and in accordance with social expectations. Likewise, the impulsive, antisocial or delinquent mode of psychopathy may be just as lacking in empathy. So, to be clear, a sociopath is such by virtue of their behavior and conformity to social code, whereas a psychopath is such by virtue of their lack of empathy. For the sake of devil's advocacy, the following is worth consideration. It would be easy to suggest that a sociopath with low empathy is easily confused with, or even the same concept as, a psychopath with low social grace and poor behavioral control. This is correct. Sociopaths may have degrees of empathy and psychopaths may have degrees of conformity to the social expectations of behavior. However, what makes a sociopath such is their behavior, regardless of its root cause. What makes a psychopath such is a lack of empathy, regardless of their ability to behave in a socially acceptable manner. Thus there is no difference between a psychopath lacking in empathy, social grace, and behavioral conformity, and a sociopath who is similarly lacking in empathy. Still, this categorical gray area doesn't vitiate the argument concerning the centrality of a lack of empathy in psychopathy. It does, however, highlight how a lack of empathy, or a reduced capacity for empathy, may be present in completely antisocial psychopaths as much as supersocial psychopaths with high levels of behavioral conformity and refined grace and charm. Psychopathy qua lack of empathy can inhabit the whole spectrum of social behavior and conformity. A psychopath may be antisocial in behavior yet may also be very social in behavior. Intelligent, controlled and manipulative psychopaths are the latter supersocial psychopaths. Impulsive, irresponsible, and socially myopic psychopaths are the former antisocial psychopaths. Psychopaths may have degrees of antisocial behavior, but a lack of empathy is taken as their definitive trait. Sociopaths, by contrast, may have degrees of empathy, but a lack of behavioral conformity to social rules is taken to be their definitive trait. Nonetheless, all permutations of sociopath or psychopath might be either good or bad, criminal, delinquent, successful, or responsible regardless of empathy or antisocial behavior. Thus, we have established two axes of definition in terms of psychopathy and sociopathy, the axis of empathy and the axis of social behavior. A supersocial psychopath would land somewhere in the bottom right-hand side of the graph, an antisocial psychopath somewhere in the bottom left-hand side. An empathizing sociopath would be plotted in the top left region, whereas a socially adroit and highly empathizing character would be plotted somewhere in the top right-hand side area. It would be tempting to plot various personalities within these axes: friends, politicians, sports stars, criminals, and characters from literature or film. Where might Anton Chigurh or Frank Underwood land? What of Larry David or David Brent? However, in contemplating these questions or deciding where a particular personality ought to be plotted, a liberty is being taken. A judgment concerning observable behavior is made whilst also making a judgment about another's internal experience. Antisocial behavior, or the degree of how social behavior is, can be observed and determined. Yet such determinations regarding the internal empathizing or thoughts of another cannot be made. This is an important distinction. Partitioning empathy from behavior, separating the social from the psyche, is precisely the basis for a definition of psychopathy as distinct from sociopathy. This is very different to the Hare or Cleckley definitions of psychopathy, or the definitive text in the DSM. The definitions from Hare, Cleckley, or the DSM do not make any distinction between sociopathy and psychopathy. Thus, the existing sets of definitions for psychopathy switch from making judgments about behavior to making judgments about internal thoughts or emotions. Subsequently, they contain criteria that contradict the other criteria. Not making any distinction between social and psyche is at the root of many of the paradox and contradictions between the criteria. This lack of distinction also accounts for the catch-22 of psychological treatment as a systemic and ever-present bind of the psychopathic personality diagnosis. If an individual behaves in an antisocial manner, then they could be diagnosed, according to existing criteria, as psychopathic, a subset of the antisocial personality disorder. However, if they behave in a social manner, the diagnosis of psychopathy is no less likely. Criteria such as being cunning and manipulative, superficial charm, or pathological lying may be cited. The contemporary fascination with psychopathy is more about empathy, the question of empathy, than it is about how people behave in social or antisocial ways. The question of empathy is reflected in the common anxieties we may have about psychopaths. How can we tell if another empathizes? The inconsistencies and contradictions in the diagnostic criteria from Hare, Cleckley, and the DSM are part and parcel of addressing this difficult question. The contradictions inherent in the diagnostic criteria for psychopathy are registers of an effort to confront the hidden malady that the supersocial psychopath conceals by good behavior. However, our definition of psychopathy leads us to a troublesome confrontation with an unknown quantity. An uncomfortable lacunae of knowledge presents itself. We may know if someone is behaving in a manner that suggests empathy, but can we truly gauge if they empathize? By not entering into the psychiatric limbo, the vacillation between behavior observation and assumptions about internal psychologies, we come to make a distinction between psychopathy and sociopathy. For us, then, psychopathy rests largely on some internal deficit of empathy, whilst sociopathy rests on behavior. This cleaving of psychopathy from sociopathy affords a definition that doesn't swing from judgments about behavior to judgments about internal psychology. But we are left with a definition of psychopathy that rests on something impossible to fathom, a lack of empathy. In this sense, the concept of the psychopath is a question about what we cannot know, empathy. Diagnosing, suspecting, or being fascinated with psychopathy is ultimately tied to how we cannot be sure of empathy in others. But there are other major aspects to psychopathy. Psychopathy is not just a lack of empathy that is impossible to discern. Nonetheless, these additional aspects all share something with empathy: its hiddenness, its unquantifiability, and its unknowability. Empathy is the ability or capacity to experience emotions from the position of the other. Empathy is often supposed to be a prerequisite for sympathy and compassion, the supposition being that if a person cannot feel the pain, fear, or sadness in others, they cannot begin to sympathize with or be compassionate to others. 1*. The etymology of empathy is telling. Empathy stems from the German Einfühlen, coined in 1858 by German philosopher Rudolf Lotze as a translation of Greek empatheia, passion, state of emotion. Empathy can be understood as in feelings, having the capacity to let feelings of another in, and experience them. The question of the degree of empathy is, in some ways, the question of the psychological equivalent of biological skin: how much feeling can we let in? To empathize is to see and let feelings in, it is to be sensitive to external energies. Sympathy, however, is quite different. Sympathy derives from syn, meaning together, plus pathos, meaning feeling or suffering. If we cannot feel, be sensitive to, or identify with the suffering of another, then we cannot begin to join them to suffer and feel with them. Compassion is roughly similar to sympathy, as can be deduced from the prefix. Compassion stems from compati, com, meaning together, plus pati, meaning to suffer. Thus, sympathy and compassion are often assumed to be contingent upon a degree of empathy, the assumption being that a person cannot begin to join in with another's suffering if they cannot experience their suffering to begin with. The suggestion that a lack of empathy, or a diminished capacity for empathy, is a psychopathic trait is not original. Many have previously explored its significance in relation to psychopathy. But the crucial difference here is that a diminished or complete lack of empathy is a key psychopathic trait. A lack of empathy is not just one trait among many, but the key trait that explains all others. It harmonizes the existing morass of contradictory criteria. All other psychopathic traits are contingent upon a lack of empathy. However, as has been established, empathy is unknowable. Thus, it is possible to see and know that a person is behaving in the right way, being nice and charming or displaying care, but how can we tell the difference between a good social actor and a genuine empathizer? In exploring the differences between good social actors and genuine empathizers, we shall see that the working environments of capitalism determine each. Empathy and its performance are organized by the nature of work under late capitalism. We shall see how late capitalism nurtures variegated degrees of empathy and supersocial, charming, and polite psychopathic performances of empathy. We shall see how, because work requires us to feign or ignore empathy, we are, in many ways, not dissimilar to supersocial psychopaths. But in exploring these dynamics, the given goodness of empathy, in terms of social benefit, altruism, or morality, will be rendered uncomfortably suspect. For now, let's return to the unnerving unknowability of empathy. The unknowability of empathy, in contradistinction to observable social behavior, haunts the question of the psychopath. We could say that anxiety about psychopathy is anxiety about empathy. The impossibility of truly determining empathy in others provides some ground for contemporary culture's fascination with the different degrees of social psychopathy. It is also the dilemma played out in the many contradictory categories within the DSM psychopathy/sociopathy definitions, as well as Hare's checklist and Cleckley's categories. The contradictions and paradoxes in the clinical criteria of psychopathy can be regarded as being symptomatic of the unknowability of empathy. The contradictions of the psychopathic personality checklists and clinical criteria are also evidence of the mistaken solution to the question of empathy. It is the mistake of looking for the hidden psyche in external social behavior, psychopathy being observed as a sociopathy, and inner thoughts being evaluated through behavior. It is a symptom manifesting as limbo, guessing and suspecting inner psychological states at one turn before swinging to behavioral validation in the next. Either way, empathy remains mysterious. Finally, then, if empathy is unknowable, and if a lack of empathy can be hidden by charm or social aptitude for work or social conformity, a question is raised. What if we are living in a world of supersocial psychopaths? Asterisk notes, pages 145 ff. Chapter 2. Dreaming of the Voigtkamp test. Is the world full of supersocial, smoothly functioning, psychopaths? Empathy may be unobservable, but sociality and behavior are constantly subject to scrutiny. As can be imagined, A supersocial psychopath would be able to socialize and hide his or her empathic psychology. Thus, in attempting to gauge a person's empathy level, we may inadvertently make a categorical substitution. The substitution is a symptom of the problematic of psychopathy as it is approached in clinical psychology. It is to substitute the question of the empathy and the psyche for the more convenient and observable question of behavior and the social. This entails looking to observable behavior instead of hidden inner deficits of empathy. But this substitution is a mistaken enterprise. It does not answer the question of empathy. So, the answer to "are we living in a world of supersocial psychopaths?" is, possibly. The unknowability of empathy is, on some level, appreciated and exploited by everyone, not just psychopaths. A fascination with how psychopaths exist in the world emerges from our own, quite mundane, social obligations. All relationships require a degree of empathizing performance in lieu of genuine empathy, which raises the question, how dissimilar are we from a supersocial and charming psychopath? Who hasn't consoled a friend, nodding and feigning attentive listening whilst secretly thinking about something else, perhaps more selfish things like supper or returning videotapes? At social gatherings, is it uncommon to continue to be under the obligation of social code and politeness charming, whilst secretly yearning to leave or speak to someone else on the other side of the room? It would be rude to admit that we'd rather be talking to someone else. This is precisely the offensively ultra-honest sociopathy that Alan Partridge, played by Steve Coogan, exhibits at a funeral in the episode Towering Alan. "Would it be terribly rude to stop listening to you and go and speak to someone else?" he says to one guest. Moments later, after a further faux pas, he finds himself speaking to the deceased's widow. She asks him if something is the matter, and Alan Partridge, the all-too-honest sociopath, explains, "I want to be talking to him over there," pointing and grinning. Think back to childhood and being trained, socialized into a person who does one thing despite an urge to be doing another. This is, on some level, part of politeness. The importance of performance is impressed from a young age. We tell our children, "Say sorry like you mean it." It can be argued that children behave in a sociopathic manner before conforming to the social codes. Speech and opinion arrive before lying is fully developed, or manners instilled. It is not unusual for children to blurt out the most embarrassingly honest observations such as, "Why are they fat?" Socialization, politeness, and inherent, skillful lying are not quite realized in young children and the sociopaths of cringe comedy that fall short of social expectations. They both fall short of social expectations for the same reason, being too honest, when politeness and tact is called for instead. David Brent and Alan Partridge are distinctly childlike in this sense. Both children and sociopaths are testaments to how our behavior is expected to be a performance to a certain degree, and that to fail to perform correctly, in the expected manner, leads to offense or awkward embarrassment. No one's behavior is a totally transparent window to his or her inner feelings and desires. It is always checked and adapted, curbed, to social codes. Social niceties, the types that sociopaths fail at, are loci of how everyone occasionally engages in the same performance of social code as supersocial psychopaths. Questions like, "How does my new haircut look?" "Are you listening?" "How's the food?" or "Did you enjoy that?" may often be met with performance and lies for the sake of social grace, or fear of causing offense. Our unervingly personal similarity with socially adroit and smooth-functioning psychopathic performance also throws up another uncomfortable potential, that social behavior is not based on empathy so much, but on a form of social conning, a performance. Thus, we may dream of being sociopathic, of cutting in line or breaking wind, but the reality is that the requirement for the maintenance of a certain level of performance, conformity, and facade prevents us, just like a smoothly functioning social psychopath. This, as Kotsko argues, goes some way to explain the popular fascination with sociopathic characters. We seem to enjoy imagining the consequences of breaking free from our responsibilities and our conformity to social code. This fascination can be seen as operating in two ways. When we see heroic sociopaths, flouting social code or succeeding by virtue of their break from social code, we might feel a vicarious thrill driven by our dreams of abandoning our conformity to social code. However, on the other hand, awkward sociopaths may reinforce why we continue to conform to social code. When we observe Larry David, Alan Partridge, David Brent, or Mr. Bean, the social awkwardness they elicit by failing to conform to social code is a confirmation of just why we continue to perform the expected social niceties. Our squirming reaction to cringe comedy is a register of why we, unlike the awkward sociopaths of cringe comedy, continue to conform and perform like a polite, charming social psychopath. Part of our conformity to social code is performing empathy when we might not be fully empathizing. "I know just how you feel," we say, often distractedly. Because of such social performance, it is difficult to know if people are truly empathizing, or just good social performers. But what if the existence of empathy was not such a mystery? What if we could tell for sure, regardless of a person's performance or social conformity, if empathy is present? What if empathy, rather than being unknowable and with little bearing on observable behavior, could be immediately observable? The following example explores a world where, regardless of social behavior and conformity, empathy is observable and knowable. But this world where empathy can be determined throws empathy into a strange light. It seems to have little bearing on moral behavior, social benefit, or altruistic propensity. In Blade Runner, Rick Deckard is tasked with hunting down 4 replicants that have escaped from an off-world colony and landed on Earth. Replicants are bioengineered androids, they are fleshy, and appear and behave like humans. Some are very strong, athletic and smart. However, replicants, according to the authorities and the corporation that manufactures them, do not have empathetic responses. One replicant, called Pre, is an exemplary performer. It flirts, ingratiates itself, and preys on the sympathies of others whilst it is on the run. Replicants appear so human-like that the only way to know if someone is replicant or human is to interrogate them with a Voigtkampf machine. The Voigtkampf machine is not dissimilar to a polygraph lie detector. It measures uncontrollable biological responses to emotionally loaded questions that are designed to evoke empathetic responses. The Voigtkampf machine can spot the biological tells and traits of empathetic engagement, with questions like: "You're in a desert walking along in the sand when all of a sudden you look down, and you see a tortoise, it's crawling toward you. You reach down, you flip the tortoise over on its back. The tortoise lies on its back, its belly baking in the hot sun, beating its legs trying to turn itself over, but it can't not without your help. But you're not helping. Why is that? You're reading a magazine. You come across a full-page nude photo of a girl. You show it to your husband. He likes it so much he hangs it on your bedroom wall. The girl is lying on a bearskin rug. You've got a little boy. He shows you his butterfly collection plus the killing jar. What do? Describe in single words only the good things that come into your mind about your mother. Like a polygraph machine or lie detector, the Voigtkampf machine can measure involuntary physical responses. Respiration rate, blush response, heart rate, and eye movement can be matched to emotionally evocative questions and statements to determine if the interviewee is human or replicant. If an interviewee exhibits certain biological reactions to the questions, then empathy is present. They are human, not replicant. The Voigtkampf machine is essentially a psychopath detection machine. It can spot the physical tells of empathy. The replicants have skin and blood. Biologically they are almost identical, but supposedly they are lacking the empathetic and emotional capacities that humans have. There are many clinical studies that explore psychopathy in chemical, genetic or neurological terms. In a sense, these are empirically driven and scientific methodologies of working towards the same deterministic Voigtkampf ideal, finding empirical and measurable evidence of a lack of empathy. The Voigtkampf machine is a simple concept that realizes the goal of contemporary, empirically based research into psychopathy and empathy. It illustrates the desired empirical, scientific, and quantifiable solution to the question, what if we are living in a world of super-social psychopaths? The Voight-Kampff machine can see proof of empathy, it can look behind the performance and facade. The Voight-Kampff machine can gauge empathy because empathy can, supposedly, be reduced to a series of empirical and quantifiable tells. It is the eliminativist, materialist solution to the unknowability of empathy. Empathy is rendered concrete and quantifiable, its mystery eliminated, its presence unveiled as observable material. The Voight-Kampff machine renders empathy visible and quantifiable so it can be known if it is truly present or not. But this reduction of empathy to quantifiable tells is juxtaposed with troubling ambiguities. The ambiguous and questionable relationship of good social behavior and the supposed necessity of inner empathy is a problem that the film constantly alludes to. For example, a replicant called Rachel puts a thorny question straight to Deckard: "You know that Voight-Kampff test of yours? Did you ever take that test yourself?" The implications of this question for Deckard are touched upon at other points in the film. How human or empathetic is Deckard? Deckard, the viewer may presume, is human, but his task is to ruthlessly hunt and kill beings that have the appearance or performance of feelings, empathy, and compassion. Deckard has to be emotionally detached in order to perform his job. Blade running, like so much contemporary work, requires a certain level of emotional detachment, a thick skin and not too much empathy. Deckard lives alone in a small flat and is seen to have no social interaction outside of his work. The environment that Deckard inhabits has no requirement for empathy, indeed, it may actually hinder him from working. Cue voiceover: replicants weren't supposed to have feelings, neither were Blade Runners. If a replicant is to be persecuted for having no empathy, then Blade Runners like Deckard should also be subject to persecution if they do not exhibit the material traces of empathy under a Voight-Kampff interrogation. If empathy is the only difference between replicants and Blade Runners, then the latter ought to be able to prove their empathetic superiority. If not, then the persecution of replicants is based on a double standard with no logical or moral ground. Deckard has a detached view of the role of replicants. It is a view that readily accepts the benefits of a pro-social psychopathy. Performing and being useful is more important than empathy or the inner psyche. Deckard sees empathy as a redundant concept. Deckard, instead, is focused on the social and capitalist benefit, and applicability of replicants, utilization. When Rachel exclaims that "it seems you feel our work is not of benefit to the public," Deckard replies, "Replicants are like any other machine. They're either a benefit or a hazard. If they're a benefit, it's not my problem." Deckard couldn't care less about empathy, which is perhaps why he looks so bored and apathetic whilst interrogating. In the Deckardian worldview, practical use and interactive beneficence trump inner empathy every time. Deckard is at least consistent in his values, despite carrying out the double standard of the authorities by persecuting replicants. It may be supposed that Deckard applies the same ruthless question of utilization regardless of empathy to himself. Deckard, we can suppose, sees himself as being of social benefit by keeping people safe and not letting empathy impede his work. For Deckard, the hazard he is tasked to retire is the replicant. It doesn't matter if the hazard has empathy or not. Deckard is ultra-utilitarian in this sense. Of course, the unresolved elephant in the film is the question of Deckard's empathy. Deckard may well be a replicant too. On top of Deckard's social and vocational independence from empathy, this suspicion is reinforced by his grimacing and misanthropic personality. Especially in contrast to replicants, Deckard is conspicuously detached and cold. The irony is that if Deckard were a replicant with no empathetic capacity, then by his own yardstick, of judging beings on their social and industrial potential for integration and utilization, he would be more of a problem than the persecuted he is employed to hunt down and retire. Firstly, we can consider the social and relational aspect of Deckard's comparison to the replicants. Replicant Stratton and Rachel seem much more social and polite than Deckard. Both models display much greater social grace and sensitivity than Deckard. Replicant Roy Batty is also more polite, intellectually superior, and has an aesthetic sensibility that Deckard does not. It poetically talks of living in fear, and reminisces about the wonderful sights it has witnessed. By contrast, Deckard is unsocial, seemingly misanthropic, and, at times, woefully monosyllabic. In social terms, Deckard is a poor comparison to the replicants. Secondly, we may consider the economic comparison of Deckard to the replicants. The hard labor that the replicants carry out is vital for the economy. Someone has to do the dirty work. Deckard's job is, by contrast, less crucial on an economic level. All the replicant models are superior in terms of strength and endurance. We may easily suppose that if Deckard was tasked to carry out the same grueling manual labor as the replicant models, he wouldn't do as well. It would be unsurprising if the hard-drinking Deckard became tired much sooner. He is, of course, weaker to begin with. This strategy of measuring Deckard against his own utilitarian worldview, ignoring empathy but asking who is the more useful and social psychopath/replicant, is doubly fair when the hopes and fears of both Deckard and the persecuted replicants are taken into account. Deckard and the replicants share generally similar hopes and fears. They hope to live and fear death. Deckard, as he alludes, is forced back into his role as a Blade Runner because of a death threat. Deckard's voiceover states, "I'd rather be a killer than a victim," and that's exactly what Brian's threat about little people meant. "So I hooked in once more, thinking if I couldn't take it I'd split later." He chases and retires replicants so that he isn't killed by the authorities. Similarly, the replicants are driven back to Earth so that they can postpone their auto-destruction coding. Both the replicants and Deckard fear death and want more life. When a replicant, Roy Batty, meets Tyrell, the following exchange occurs. "Tyrell, what? What seems to be the problem?" Roy, "Death." Tyrell, "Death? Well, I'm afraid that's a little out of my jurisdiction, you." Roy, "I want more life, fucker." Replicants have landed on Earth to escape a future death they fear. They must gain access to the head of the corporation that manufactured them in order to ask for more life. Deckard is trapped into hunting replicants so that he isn't killed. It is a cruel confluence of paths. As Deckard chases replicants with lethal intent, he too is fleeing death. Both Blade Runner and replicant are running to avoid death. The subtlety within this perverse crossing of death escape trajectories is that, even as they both flee death, replicants have more social grace and emotional attachments than Deckard the Blade Runner. Replicant Roy Batty, in particular, shows greater capacity for behaving in an empathetic and altruistic manner than Deckard, when the latter catches up with it. In the final scene, Deckard catches up with Batty in the leaking roof space of an abandoned building. After much chasing and fighting, Deckard slips from a rooftop and hangs clinging to the edge for life. Replicant Roy Batty does an impractical and illogical thing here: it saves Deckard. In a life or death situation, where both Batty and Deckard are chasing, fleeing, and running for their lives, the replicant still behaves with more empathy and compassion than its human hunter. In the final scene, a replicant trumps Deckard, the trapped working human, in the empathy and compassion stakes. Blade Runner reveals how even in a world where empathy can be detected by a machine, its significance for determining a character's behavior is ultimately nullified. Replicants have no empathy yet behave socially, altruistically, and are of great benefit to society, whereas Deckard, the supposedly empathy-capable counterpart, behaves unsocially, selfishly, and is of questionable benefit to society. Even if the viewer accepts Deckard as an empathetic human, or assumes he might pass a Voight-Kampff test, then it follows that due to the pressures of the situation and his vocation, he acts in an antisocial and an empathic manner. Assuming Deckard has the capacity to empathize, then, its bearing on his benefit to the world, social behavior, or humanism is nil if it can be suspended to perform a role, or eroded through isolated and misanthropic living. Deckard's vocational requirements override empathetic behavior. Recall the graph from the previous chapter. Deckard could be placed anywhere along the y-axis. Deep down he might be highly empathetic, but suspend his feelings for his job. Or Deckard could be absolutely unempathic. Either way, this hidden, inner empathetic capacity that the Voight-Kamp test can measure has no bearing on behavior and its wider social, civil or economic implications. Vocation and environment seem to hold much more significance for behavior than empathy. In terms of Blade Runner, the y-axis of empathy is arbitrary and has no influence on the x-axis of social behavior. Chapter 3. Giving a fuck when it ain't your turn to give a fuck. In the previous chapter we saw how, for Deckard, his vocation curbed his empathetic behavior. He behaved much less empathetically, socially, or altruistically than the replicants he was tasked with retiring. But what happens when a vocation requires a level of detachment that cannot be achieved by the worker? What happens when a worker has too much empathy, or cannot prevent or resist from acting upon empathetic drives? This exploration involves the contemplation of another law enforcement employee. The hard-drinking, unsocial and Jim Trim figure of Deckard will be compared to Jimmy McNulty from HBO's The Wire, who, in pleasing symmetry, is also hard-drinking, unsocial, and Jim Trim. However, the crucial difference is to be found in the way each behaves as a result of empathy. In terms of empathizing actions, Jimmy McNulty is the opposite of Deckard. Jimmy McNulty acts on his feelings and empathy far too much. In this sense, he is the antithesis of Deckard. Deckard ignores his empathetic feelings so that he can do his job and be a benefit to society, whereas Jimmy McNulty listens to and behaves according to his empathetic feelings. McNulty feels that in doing so he is being a benefit to society more so than his colleagues who, by contrast, lack empathy and don't care enough. The way that Jimmy McNulty operates and interacts in his role, as a Baltimore major crimes detective, will allow an understanding of what happens when empathy levels cannot be lowered for vocational requirements. McNulty's ultra-empathetic behavior is framed well in the first episode, The Target. He is sitting on some steps, across the street from the flashing lights of the Baltimore police squad cars. It is the scene of a murder. He is sitting with a witness, shoulder to shoulder, staring across the street. The scene is akin to paintings by romantic masters. McNulty and the witness are side by side in the foreground, whereas the police cars and other officers are out of focus, a world away. This is a common situation throughout The Wire. McNulty is shoulder to shoulder, talking about sport or daily life with gang members, witnesses, and victims rather than interrogating or intimidating like his colleagues do. Throughout The Wire, McNulty appears in a similar dynamic, empathizing and leveling with known criminals, informants, gangsters, and uncooperative witnesses. He is quite unlike his colleagues, many of whom take pride in their tactics of intimidation. In the same episode, Jimmy McNulty's empathy-driven impulses collide with the system that he is required to work in. By caring and empathizing too much, he increases the workload of the homicide department. In The Target, McNulty speaks to a judge after a murder case collapses in court. McNulty explains to Felon that members of a local gang have gained power in the city and have intimidated or bribed witnesses, to the point of false testimony in many cases, so that the charges against their gang or family cannot be proved in court. When McNulty is asked if the police department is investigating this, he tells Felon, "Nobody, really." Felon then asks, "So if it's not your case, why do you care?" McNulty retorts with the machismo of apathy that typifies much of Baltimore police force's banter in the series. He sniffs, "Who said I did?" However, McNulty does care. Much more than the detective whose case it is who, unlike McNulty, is not in the courtroom but at his desk, haggling over a price, when the not guilty verdict is given. Also, McNulty, when he is sat with Felon, immediately highlights the defendant's connection to Avon Barksdale without any prompting from Felon. McNulty cares deeply and empathizes with the Baltimore locals whose neighborhoods are plagued by gang violence and drug use. But, at the same time, he is acutely aware of the requirements to only care and tackle these problems when required. The Baltimore Police Department plays a statistics game with the murder rate. As a result, there is a lot of pressure to convert unsolved cases into convictions. Not unlike an inbound telesales center where the sales agents earn commission relative to a conversion rate of calls to sales, when a call comes in the detectives who already have unsolved, unconverted, cases piling up are reluctant to take on a new case. In the same episode, McNulty meets his partner, Bunk Moreland, at the scene of a crime. McNulty is unimpressed with Bunk for taking on a case when he didn't have to, when it wasn't his turn. McNulty protests, "We aren't up, Nolan's squad is up." Bunk says, "I know," before McNulty scolds, "but you had to answer the fucking phone." McNulty is very conscious of the Baltimore police detectives' ethos of only doing what you absolutely have to do. Bunk then admits that he took on the extra work to pay off his credit card bills. McNulty taunts Bunk a little more about such extracurricular charity and, after settling that the case is Bunk's alone and not shared between them, adds, "This'll teach you to give a fuck when it ain't your turn." However, McNulty's overempathizing and unchecked caring from the courtroom catch up with him. Judge Phelan, after his conversation with McNulty, contacts the police department. As a result, the Deputy of Operations requests a report on the 10 murder cases connected to the Barksdale crew. That evening, McNulty receives a colorful verbal disciplining by Major Rawls and is ordered to work out of hours on the report. Later that evening, Bunk finds McNulty, typing away, and asks him why he is working so late. McNulty says, "I did bad, Bunk. It wasn't my fault." "Really? Judge Phelan pulled me up when the jury let the Barksdale kid go. Him being a judge and all, I let go of some shit." Bunk asks, "He raise a stink?" McNulty replies, "Major got busted by the deputy ops and I gotta have a report by morning." At this, Bunk, with avuncular resignation, reminds McNulty of his own advice, "There you go, giving a fuck when it ain't your turn to give a fuck." There is an important difference between the two detectives. Bunk acted out of turn to pay his bills, whereas McNulty did so because of acting upon his own empathy with the neighborhood suffering from the effects of the Barksdale crew's tyranny. McNulty, despite lightly admonishing Bunk about taking on a case when it wasn't his turn, and despite possessing the news to feign cool ambivalence in front of Judge Phelan, can't just wait his turn either, he has to act on the ills he sees. McNulty's inner empathizing is translated into actions that are out of turn. McNulty also sees himself as superior and rebels against authority. As Kotsko comments, insubordination is a way of proving his superiority, exposing his bosses as empty suits. Nonetheless, the core drive of McNulty's acting out of turn is an empathetic impulse gone unchecked. He could be insubordinate in many ways, and he could prove his superiority in many ways too, yet his focus always seems to be an ultra-altruistic concern with the damage the Barksdale crew are doing to the neighborhood. Consider the difference between McNulty and Deckard. McNulty acts upon his inner empathy, whereas Deckard either ignores his empathy or does not empathize to begin with. McNulty is always at odds with the system he operates in. He is always in trouble, he causes emotional stress to his family, offends fellow police officers and is ultimately demoted. Deckard, by contrast, and despite being pressured into the role, is quite different. He is very good at his job. McNulty is a well-meaning, over-empathizing sociopath who is of questionable benefit to law enforcement. Deckard is of ambiguous intent, displays no empathy or perhaps has none yet is excellent at his job. In terms of being a benefit, Deckard wins hands down. Deckard has, for the viewer, an uncomfortable lack of empathy but is excellent at his job. But Deckard's psychopathic behavior is of some small or arbitrary benefit to the world as a law enforcer, he erases what the authorities deem to be hazards. McNulty, however, is the opposite. He behaves in a quite sociopathic manner but certainly empathizes with those around him. McNulty has an understandable level of empathy but its benefit is questionable, it may even be a hindrance. When someone is possibly murdered, McNulty empathizes and cares. He feels their death ought to be investigated regardless of department targets. Recall the common phrases "keep a professional distance," "don't get emotionally involved," or "don't take your work home with you." These phrases highlight the strange ambiguity of empathy implicit in work, and such sentiments lie at the heart of the Deckard and McNulty comparison. Deckard, essentially an enforcer of the law like McNulty, takes heed of all these sage pieces of advice, but it is uncomfortable to watch. Jimmy McNulty, on the other hand, in a similar role as a law enforcer, ignores such advice and, although the viewer may feel he is doing the right thing, it must be admitted that his impulsive over-empathizing isn't helping anyone. In fact, Jimmy McNulty, despite his heart being in the right place, actually causes more social harm than good over the course of the 5 series of The Wire. The ambiguity of empathy's benefit that emerges in the comparison of Deckard and McNulty raises 2 questions: how much empathy should we have? And, where should we act on or use empathy? Pursuing the answers to such questions will uncover a psychopathic facet of daily life, a way of behaving and feeling. But crucially, this is a way of behaving and acting that is not just required, it is actively propagated under the conditions of capitalism. Chapter 4. Goldilocks. Capitalism is not just private business. It is far too insidious to be the reserve of the private sector. It is a general set of conditions that life is subject to. The public sector is under the remit of capitalism just as much as the private sector. Schools, colleges, and universities are run like private businesses, appealing to private investment, subcontracting marketing, and working towards financial return for survival. Teachers are subject to surveillance and endless arrays of rigid targets, reviews and appraisals. Likewise, healthcare is infected with targets, key performance indicators, goals, and cost-benefit analysis. In the drive for greater efficiency, there has been a frenzy of myopic quantification. In the UK, the NHS often substitutes terms like patient and care for the more revealing customer and service respectively. Law enforcement too suffers similar symptoms of over-quantifying and pressuring its workforce, by imposing increasingly complex targets whilst demanding more flexible working. The roles psychopathy and empathy play in these dynamics will be explored in greater detail later on. The point here is that the conditions of capitalism are the conditions of the nurse, doctor, teacher, law enforcer, or care worker as much as they are the conditions of the project manager, sales assistant, CEO or investment banker. Now it is important to return to 2 questions from the previous chapter. How much empathy should we have? And, where should we act on or use empathy? There is no right or wrong answer. There is no answer that is right for all contexts or wrong for all contexts. Likewise, the expectation of where empathy should operate or how much it should operate is not clear-cut either. Also, following from how capitalism is a general set of conditions, there is little difference in empathetic behavior or inner psychological empathizing between public and private sectors. However, empathy is expected, encouraged, and rewarded in some contexts, but ignored, discouraged, forgotten or jettisoned in others. When going into a doctor's surgery or calling the police, we may not like to suspect that the doctors or police officers do not care one iota, and are merely doing their job to get paid. We accept that, on the one hand, the doctors or police are doing a job, but at the same time there is some level of expectation that they care about their job and, on some level, have a small empathetic investment in us. There is an expectation that the doctor can empathize and appreciate that symptoms are unpleasant and find a remedy. On a similar level, we expect that the policeman can empathize to some degree and feel the fears and anxieties of those they ought to protect, reassure, or help. In both instances there is a tendency to accept their empathizing as taking place within the context of vocation, whilst also holding an expectation or acceptance that the connection is more than just ticking a box. Nursing is one of the most telling examples of this dynamic. Nurses are expected to care at least a little, to be sensitive to the pain of others and to offer comfort and care. We tend to hope the nurse can empathize. But conversely, on some level, there is the realistic acceptance that an experienced nurse won't be having sleepless nights on tear-sodden pillows about their patients. It seems that, in terms of workplace empathy, there is an imaginary sweet spot between the coldly utilitarian Deckard and the hyper-empathizing and impulsive McNulty. The doctor must know the discomfort of the patient's symptoms to some degree, but it must not distract her from her diagnosis. The policeman must empathize and be sensitive to the fear and anxieties of those they protect, but mustn't let such fears or anxieties impede or hinder their capacity to protect. The nurse must be sensitive to the discomfort and needs of the patients, but he or she must also be able to work methodically, efficiently, and fairly. He or she must be able to leave the ward at the end of the day, return home, and switch off. The prospect of Deckard being tasked with saving or protecting a family might be counterintuitive. Deckard would fall short of the expectation for a law enforcer to care, and to be capable of empathizing at least a little. Yet, on the other hand, we wouldn't hope for someone as impulsive and empathetically unchecked as the hot-headed McNulty. It seems, then, that empathy is only desired in a somewhat regulated form or, like Goldilocks, in a sweet imaginary middle ground, on particular terms. If the whole of the Baltimore Police Department behaved like Jimmy McNulty, then the fictional Baltimore of The Wire would undoubtedly fall into utter chaos. This aspect of Jimmy McNulty, as an extreme character, becomes more apparent as the series progresses, especially in the 5th series, where the more power Jimmy McNulty is given, the more absurd and chaotic Baltimore policing becomes. In terms of healthcare, too, we wouldn't want someone quite like McNulty to look after us. We'd hope to have someone closer to Deckard, someone who could be efficient, accomplished, and brilliant at their job. The Deckard of healthcare would perhaps be Dr. House in House. Dr. House is unsociable and rude, but not unknowingly so, although he certainly seems to be lacking in empathy at times. Dr. House is often described as being misanthropic, yet he is very good at his job, doggedly sticking to his Hippocratic oath. He is ultra-utilitarian, to the detriment of empathetic behavior or social niceties. We wouldn't want doctors and nurses to be quite the loose cannon of Jimmy McNulty. Such over-empathizing and impulsivity would lead them to ignore protocol, and they would be more of a risk than an asset or help if they didn't suffer from an emotional collapse first. But the extreme opposite is a little uncomfortable to entertain. It is strange how the more beneficial and useful carer/protector emerges to be the type with very little, or heavily regulated, empathy. Empathy, it seems, needs organization in order to be good and useful. The same paradoxical expectations of empathy apply to more profit-driven services. When purchasing luxury goods, great service is often provided. It may not be uncommon to experience the feeling of some shared emotional or social connection with a sales assistant. The same can be said of being served by a waiter or speaking to a customer service agent. Such an experience could be derived from convincing flattery, warm attention, unexpected altruism, or simply a shared enthusiasm for a brand or product. But also, simultaneous to such an experience, and on some level, most accept that the sales assistant or waiter doesn't care deeply and empathize with every customer that walks through the door. This would be absurd. They can't be genuinely empathetic, passionate, or enthusiastic all the time. Thus there is the paradox of at once experiencing an emotional or empathetic relation whilst at the same time accepting that their display of care, enthusiasm, or understanding may well be just an act. They may be performing so that they can hit a sales target, gain a tip, or earn extra commission. The paradoxical expectation of empathy is just as prevalent in less customer-facing aspects of business. Companies spend an exorbitant amount of time, energy, and money on hospitality, in making sure that potential business partners or clients enjoy themselves, and feel welcome or understood. In the UK, as in many other countries, alcohol, the traditional Western social lubricant, is legitimately tax-deductible and can be claimed through expenses. Even to the detriment of decision-making, productivity and diligence, alcohol affords the pro-empathy illusion of conviviality and emotional connectedness. A total absence of empathy, be it a facade or not, would render most businesses dysfunctional, or at best grossly ineffective. There is, however, an inconsistent distribution of empathy. It may be assumed that coldly calculating CEOs can succeed without a capacity for empathy or displaying empathy. However, this assumption is unfair. Such CEO's work might not rely on obvious and traditional forms of empathy in the same way as a carer's might, but empathy will be utilized in some way and in some form. Their use of empathy is simply of a different nature to those in roles such as social care or nursing. Empathy, as it occurs in various vocations, is a question of degrees, intensities, and distribution. There is a certain distribution of empathy, a heterogeneous array of empathetic expectation and requirements, under the conditions of capitalism. The expectations and requirements for empathy are higher in the contexts of certain roles than others. Managers, for example, cannot be deficient in empathetic capacities. They are increasingly tasked with inspiring and managing people, keeping people happy but working, building team spirit and positive emotional values, ensuring people feel valued, listened to and so forth. The interpersonal exchanges that capitalism exploits in both the public and private sectors involve some form of empathy. The form of empathy could be fleeting, performative, skin-deep, or genuine. Many forms of work under the conditions of capitalism require the existence of perceived or actual empathy. However, when it comes to empathy, these conditions are like Goldilocks. In terms of empathy, there is a balance to be found, a balance that differs across different vocations, but which nonetheless is crucial in each instance. The conditions of capitalism set the level of empathy required. Like Goldilocks, it is a case of requiring not too much and not too little. Constant genuine empathy with every client, patient, or customer is an impossibility that only the most naive would hope for. Yet a total lack of perceived or real empathy would destroy the social exchanges and emotional forces that late capitalism is reliant upon. Capitalism is often assumed to be cold and inhuman. This view misses just how entangled we are in our current ideology and conditions. Of course, there are some absolutely inhuman, unfeeling facets of capitalism. A high-frequency trading algorithm operating in the servers of high finance firms cannot empathize, and no one expects it to. But capitalism relies on emotions, empathy, shared feelings, and passions more than common narratives often assume. Empathizing and the social connections wrought from emotional and personal exchanges are all harnessed and exploited. The psyche and its empathetic capacities are put to work just as much as our bodies and cognitive capabilities. Franco Berardi has suggested that economic collapse is a result of a psychic collapse. He has also theorized on how the emergence of productive medication is a control architecture that reflects the increasingly intolerable psychic social demands of work under late capitalism. Such sentiments are consecutively evident in the texts below. Hundreds of thousands of operators, directors, and managers of the Occidental economy took innumerable decisions in a state of chemical euphoria and psychopharmacological lightheadedness. But in the long term the organism collapsed, unable to support indefinitely the chemical euphoria that had sustained competitive enthusiasm and productivist fanaticism. When, towards the end of the 1970s, an acceleration of productive and communicative rhythms in Occidental metropolitan centers was imposed, a gigantic epidemic of drug addiction made its appearance. Then illegal drugs were replaced by those legal substances which the pharmaceutical industry in a white coat made available for its victims, and this was the epoch of antidepressants, of euphorics, and mood regulators. Today the flourishing industry of psychopharmaceuticals beats records every year. The numbers of packets of Ritalin, Prozac, Zoloft and other psychotropics sold in pharmacies continually increases. The finer details of Berardi's assertions will be dissected later. What is important now is a particular assertion running through his theories of psychic and social pathologies, specifically, how these theories relate to economic collapse and the insidious medication of workers. Firstly, if an economy collapses because the psychic energies of the workers are depleted, then there is an implied contingency here, that economy is contingent upon workers' psychic and emotional energies. The crucial addition to this is that a significant proportion of these energies are empathetic in nature. Thus, if a general capacity to empathize or behave empathetically is depleted, there is an economic impact, perhaps collapse. This contingency between empathy and economy can be understood in terms of economic boom, as well as bust. If a boom in psychopharmaceutical support medications maintains or boosts an economy, then it does so by the same premise of the economy being contingent upon psychic energies. The capitalist economy, then, is reliant on utilizing and exploiting psychic and emotional energies such as empathy within emotional exchange. The suggestion that capitalism requires empathy and emotional energies is compatible with Berardi's presupposition of a particular contingency between psychic energies and capitalism. Today capital needs mental energies, psychic energies. Value creation in late capitalist industries is contingent upon empathy or an exchange of emotion, be it performed on one or both sides or genuine for all. Capitalism requires multiple proliferations of exchanges that are invested in the psyche of the worker, customer, or patient. However, work requires empathy to operate according to its particular direction. We can say then that late capitalist work is, in terms of empathy, fickle. In some instances it is not allowed, it is unhelpful and a hindrance. We saw this in the work and empathy dynamics of Deckard, McNulty, and Dr. House. Some work doesn't let empathy in, it forces its workers to repress or ignore any empathetic urge. But in other instances, empathy is encouraged and taken advantage of, it is exploited and put to work to drive productivity. It is this difference, this inconsistent distribution of empathy, that we may understand as modulation and organization. The accomplishment of inconsistent and varied disseminations of empathy that serve capitalism is the culmination of myriad instances of modulating the worker's empathy. A general organization of empathy is in effect today. Berardi argues that the psyche is modulated and controlled via psychotropic drugs to serve capitalism. This argument must be extended to empathy. Empathy and its performance are, albeit by many different means, controlled, organized, and modulated in the service of capitalism. The above detailing of a capitalist distribution of empathy should not come as a surprise. Capitalism requires not too much and not too little empathy, it modulates and distributes empathetic flows. Empathy, under the conditions of capitalism, is organized. However, this organization switching empathy on and off at will when the role demands it is difficult for the individual. An individual cannot consciously decide where and when to empathize, yet many contexts of modern work under capitalism require it. Empathy is a flow, it is current and wave-based, it is analog. The subject cannot make a conscious decision for whom they empathize with or where and when empathy becomes involved. Nonetheless, capitalism seeks to digitize empathy, it seeks to segment empathy into on and off, zeros and ones, so that empathy, or a form of empathy, can be utilized. Deckard at work, off. Managers at work, on. Capitalism reformats the flow of empathy into a digital format that may, under the capitalist operating system, be switched on and off. On for customers, on for teamwork, off for competition, off for efficiency savings or disciplinary measures. Contemporary capitalism insists on the inscription of a digital facade of empathy that can be switched on and off. It is not uncommon to feign care, emotion, and interest. Social skills are of increasing necessity at work too. Thus, the detour through empathy and work highlights not only an insidious formatting of empathy distribution, but above all a modulation of the self that trains and conditions caring workers to be intermittently caring workers or merely convincing actors. Deciding when to act upon empathy is not unique to modes of work under capitalism, it is a social necessity. However, the tendency to fake empathetic feelings in a social setting is strictly for social purposes, politeness, avoiding offense, etc. Be they narcissistic or altruistic. For example, a person may check his or her impulse to tell the complete truth to avoid causing offense. They may also express a facade of empathy for quite selfish ends, or do so in order to ensure that others' feelings are not hurt. But each of these is in the service of social relations and interpersonal harmony. Crucially, in the social sphere, it is a choice that the individual has much greater agency over. Capitalism, as it infects social life and the networks of social interaction, increasingly determines this choice. This subtle diminishment of empathetic agency is the relocation that lies at the traumatic core of the Descartesian dilemma. Work and social good requires empathetic agency to be relinquished to the market. Empathy, now, is open to the organizing forces of Goldilocks capitalism. It is this accepted loss of empathetic freedom, this succumbing to organization of not too much empathy and not too little that echo in the contemporary expectations for us to be at once keeping a professional distance from work whilst being passionate and enthusiastic about it. Chapter 5. Organized Scarring. The conditions of late capitalism require a certain level of empathy in some contexts, but not in others. This is the dynamic of Goldilocks capitalism. Capitalism eradicates and denies empathy as much as it nurtures, harnesses, encourages, and exploits empathy. The worker may find him or herself being increasingly empathetic in some contexts, whilst also becoming increasingly psychopathic and void of empathy in others, the varying levels of empathy acting as registers of capitalism's organization. But if many individuals are being conditioned to ignore empathy, to remain empathetic for profit or to feign empathy for vocational requirements, then what is the result of this organization of empathy for the individual? The nature of empathy under capitalism is quite distinct from unregulated, or unformatted, empathizing. On the one hand, the consumer or worker must have an empathizing capacity. This type of empathy is a flow and it can be exploited. It is an energy that can be siphoned. But the manager, sales assistant, law enforcement officer or doctor must not work with an utterly unregulated flow of empathy. If they do so, they will either behave unproductively, like Jimmy McNulty, or suffer psychological collapse from the excess energies the psyche is subjected to. The flow of empathy, the unstoppable infeeling of the pain of others, must be regulated, cauterized, and formatted so that it can be tapped into when the job requires it, or when the consumer needs the illusion of it. The dynamic is not dissimilar to a compressed audio file. An analog current or flow is chopped into digital ones and zeros, on or off. The listener still hears the illusion of everything that was on the analog record, even though most has been lost. This metaphor is useful for understanding the nature of how empathy is distributed in various degrees, times and places under the conditions of capitalism. Empathy is organized and formatted so much that today, the digital simulacra of empathy become indiscernible from the analog flows. There is also a quite violent facet that the digitalization metaphor brings out: how empathy is erased one moment, but allowed to flow for maximum exploitation the next. The human flow of empathy, always on tap for capitalism, becomes cut, guillotined and amputated, vivisected and blocked. This is the violence the human organism and psyche is subjected to under the conditions of capitalism. Workers are required to be increasingly passionate, sensitive, and feeling agents at one turn, whilst being professionally detached, objective, efficient and ruthlessly productive in the next turn. Digitized empathy, as empathy is rendered off and on, repressed and insisted, eradicated and promoted, is a form of violence upon the psyche. As empathy is organized by the conditions of capitalism, the psyche is cauterized and scarred. Thus, capitalism doesn't erase empathy completely. It does, however, cut parts out of its flow, and disrupt, reroute or block its passage. Capitalism only de-empathizes in a moment, an hour, a shift, or a day. But the trajectory of the subject in these moments, times, and places where the flow of empathy is cauterized and halted is strictly psychopathic. At this stage it is important to consider an additional theoretical and thematic framework for empathy in relation to working conditions and capitalist environs. It is a framework that has already been alluded to in metaphor, analogies, and language. For example, near the end of Chapter 1, the concept of empathy was couched in a quite dermatological vocabulary. Empathy was always to be understood as in feelings, being sensitive, being affected and feeling. Themes of tactility, sensation, and a dermatological phraseology were the palette for the ways in which the capacity to empathize was introduced. The etymological roots of the word empathy naturally lent itself to a dermatological pitch. The etymologically correct version of empathy as in feeling was emphasized, and an implicit presupposition was introduced. The presupposition here is that in and out must have some sort of skin or barrier between them. Recall the statements: empathy is, in some ways, the psychological equivalent of biological skin, and empathy is to see and let feelings in, it has to be sensitive to external energies. Empathy was framed in a particularly dermatological manner, to evoke not just the concept of the barrier but also the idea of sensitivity, the body, and the physical barrier between our environment and our sensual organs that makes sense of the external energies our skin is exposed to. Dermatological degrees of sensitivity range from pleasurable to painful. Too much excitation, too many stimuli, and the sensation is painful. The contradistinction between Deckard and McNulty details how working environs affect and condition the empathetic skin. Deckard is required to have a thick skin to not have feelings precisely by the working environment he is trapped in. And Deckard does cultivate a thick skin, he is void of empathy, psychopathic, but great at his job. McNulty is faced with the same requirements, but his skin does not toughen up against the forces within his working environment. McNulty is far too sensitive. Consequently, he creates havoc, loses respect, acts sociopathically, and is ultimately demoted. He gets canned. Very often the work environment requires a certain level of empathy, but it also requires a tough skin so that there is not too much. It is worth considering, at this juncture, how much we are increasingly subjected to the work environments and requirements that condition our empathy, how long we spend working in a mode of being where our empathy is primed and modulated for particular contexts of productivity, under late capitalism. Generally speaking, and despite the increasing capacity of technology to replace many types of labor, people are working more today than previous generations. Berardi notes. In the 1980s the average labor time increased impressively. In the year 1996, the average worker invested in it 148 hours more than their colleagues did in 1973. According to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the percentage of individuals working more than 49 hours per week grew from 13% in 1976 to 19% in 1998. As for managers, it grew from 40% to 45%. Given that people are spending more time engaged in work, and given that work organizes the levels and distributions of empathy, we must see late capitalist work as the hostile environment that conditions and toughens up the fragile empathetic skin more so than any other facet of life. Capitalist work affects how much, how, and when we feel. It conditions, scars, toughens and cauterizes the empathetic skin, and does so more today than ever before, because we work more. It seems that we inhabit the cruel dilemma of being forced to sometimes work with greater social and empathetic sensitivity than ever before, whilst also, and when the conditions of work dictate, be psychopathic and ignore our empathy, or perform a disingenuous empathy. The latter mode of working is the scene of desensitization, a cauterization of the empathetic dermis. In terms of how it shapes empathy, work is the contemporary psychosocial anthropological equivalence of Freud's outer world. The worker is the morsel of living substance floats about in an outer world which is charged with the most potent energies. It is these energies that scar the empathetic skin. In Beyond the Pleasure Principle, Freud describes how a vesicle of sensitive substance, then its surface, exposed as it is to the outer world, is by its very definition and serves as an organ for receiving stimuli. Owing to the constant impact of external stimuli on the superficies of the vesicle, its substance would undergo lasting alteration to a certain depth, so that its excitation process takes a different course from that taken in the deepest layers. Thus a rind would be formed which would finally have been so burned through by the effects of stimulation that it presents the most favorable conditions for the reception of stimuli and is incapable of any further modification. The vesicle is vulnerable to stimuli. It is sensitive to feelings, to incoming stimuli. As a rind forms, a burnt and scarred outer layer is formed, a crust. It is a crust that allows a favorable reception of stimuli into the center, but not to the extent that the energies burn or scar the center, The outer layer has by its own death secured all the deeper layers from a like fate, at least so long as no external stimuli present themselves of such a strength as to break through the protective barrier. Let us consider the comparison immediately. It is the comparison between the psyche and the morsel. As the psyche is engaged in a working environment that is filled with potent energies of empathy, as it is required to feel here and now, but also not there and not then, only when capitalism requires its sensitivity is diminished. As capitalism switches empathy on and off, as it enforces the variegated degrees and distributions of empathy, the crust of the psyche, like the skin, will lose some of its sensitivity. The scar is a site of desensitization. The widespread digitalization and marketization of empathy does not just switch a facade of empathy on and off. Nor does it just turn on empathy when required and turn it off when not. It does so much more. Digitalization of empathy burns the empathetic skin of the psyche out slowly. In digital format, something is always lost. Digitization of empathy is a slow attrition, desensitization by requirements to work, scarred by repeated paper cuts, burnt numb by the flickering lights of capitalism. Over time, these conditions deaden the empathetic capacities of the psyche. Yet, capitalism never obliterates empathy completely. It still exploits, sells, siphons, and harnesses empathy for greater production. After the psychological dermis is scarred to desensitization, what little empathy and sensitivity that remains is put to work. Chapter 6. Capitalist Theater, Don't Call Me Boss. In Cold Intimacies, The Making of Emotional Capitalism, Eva Illouz observes how numerous guidebooks on successful leadership prescribe that one become a median actor, evaluating and comparing one's self-image with the image others have of oneself. A highly reflexive, reactive, and dynamic performer of the self is the managerial model that emerged from post-Fordist management guides. These management guides were infused with psychoanalytic and therapeutic strategies. Illouz details how managers operating in post-Fordist modes of labor have been increasingly tasked with managing the workers' emotional and empathetic flows. The post-Fordist manager is quite unlike the authoritative foreman that commanded the Fordist worker with no regard for their feelings. As a result, management today is now saturated with strategies informed by psychological therapy. There has been a shift from a barking and stoic foreman to a softer, seemingly more empathetic, sympathetic, listening and communicating form of boss. Emotion, care, and empathy are now the mechanics of control and the vocabulary of power. The successful contemporary manager is required to be a good listener, needs to install a sense of belonging, team spirit, and family. The contemporary manager is required to make people happy, because happy people sell or at least work harder, they are more enthusiastic, positive, and willing. Nev Wiltshire, the CEO of Save Britain Money, a cold-calling telesales business based in Swansea, is an exemplary and clownish embodiment of the new management paradigm being pushed to absurdity. In the Fly on the Wall documentary series, the call center Nev is seen skipping around his business, being friends with everyone. He banters, jests, and plays practical jokes relentlessly. Everyone calls him Nev. He displays a keen interest in people's personal lives. He seems to want to know people's relationships and emotions outside of work are positive. Nev is an important example of two things. Firstly, of how crucial empathy and emotions are for modern businesses. Secondly, of the insidious creep of work into social and personal life. A large proportion of modern work now requires empathy. It is virtually impossible to be a job's worth in today's market. One must be a team player or be willing to go the extra mile, one must be enthusiastic or passionate. For the modern manager, conjuring, projecting or impressing illusions of emotion, conviviality, empathy, and sympathy are now the managerial tools that have replaced brute authority. This replacement is best embodied by the oxymoronic command, "Don't call me boss." Illouz states how the advice literature on successful management conditions success on one's capacity to see oneself from the outside, so to speak, in order to control one's impact on others. However, this new dexterity with one's appearance was not to invite a cold or cynical approach to others. Quite the opposite, the median-like reflexive selfhood is commanded to develop skills of sympathy and empathy. At first glance it would be easy to mistake the sentiment of the above text. It may be easy to read it as suggesting that the shift of therapeutic strategies to the workplace and their employment for managerial purposes yielded an increase in workplace empathy and sympathy. But this reading isn't quite right. Empathy and sympathy did not merely flood the office. Instead, regulated forms of empathy and sympathy were brought up to, and employed by, the communicative surface mechanics of capitalism and the managerial protocols of control. These forms of empathy and sympathy are reflexive, facade-conscious, and of shallow impression. They are skills and strategies for communicating and controlling workers. The empathy and sympathy that Illouz so astutely writes of are semiotic forms of empathy and sympathy. They are semiotic because the purpose of importing empathy and sympathy was strictly to increase communicative power. They are symbolic. Managerial communication now commanded emotions in its repertoire. Illouz states how to be a good communicator means to be able to interpret others' behavior and their emotions. To be a good communicator requires a fairly elaborate coordination of emotional as well as cognitive skills. One can successfully empathize only if one has mastered the complex web of cues and signals through which others simultaneously hide and reveal themselves. Numerous guidebooks to success in the corporation read like manuals in semiotics with chapter headings such as signs and signals, how to identify cues and clues, or the meanings behind the words. Thus, in order to exploit a worker, to transmit communications, emotion, and empathy came to be used. If a manager is referred to as boss, it somehow negates this opportunity for empathy, because the traditional boss is expected to command through the authority of word, and little else. Now the command must be elaborated via empathetic and social exchanges. Empathy, the ability to identify with another's point of view and with his or her feelings, is at once an emotional and symbolic skill, for the prerequisite of empathy is that one must decipher the complex cues of others' behavior. The mode of empathy in post-Fordist management strategies is entangled with therapeutic forms of exchange, most notably, listening. Illouz states how listening, or the capacity to mirror one's intentions and meanings, is deemed crucial to the ability to prevent conflict and create chains of cooperation. The listener permits the venting of emotions. The speaker feels heard, tension is released. His feelings are reflected back to the listener. Illouz cites Elton Mayo as largely responsible for bringing emotions, for better or worse, to the workplace. Mayo, who had been trained as a Jungian psychoanalyst, introduced the psychoanalytical imagination inside the workplace. Mayo's intervention had a thoroughly therapeutic character. For example, the method of interview Mayo had set up had all the characteristics of a therapeutic interview. Mayo seemed to stumble accidentally on the importance of emotions, family, and close bonds, but he was in fact only importing therapeutic categories into the workplace. Illouz provides an approximate list of Elton Mayo's guide for the work interviewer, and comments regarding the similarity between management styles and therapeutic strategies. I personally do not know of a better definition of the therapeutic interview, which precisely aims at eliciting uncensored speech and emotions and at building trust. Psychopathic characteristics have multiple similarities with the emotional and empathetic therapeutic strategies that Illouz argues were imported into the workplace. The reflexive and facade-conscious manager, a person who is pragmatically projecting an appearance of empathizing, caring, listening, or understanding, but not for the sake of an emotional attachment or exchange, rather in order to increase their managerial performance, is in many senses similar to the social performance methodologies of a calculative and charming supersocial psychopath. Note the striking similarities the reflexive manager has with three of Hare's interpersonal psychopathic traits. Facet 1, interpersonal. Glibness/superficial charm. Grandiose sense of self-worth. Pathological lying. Conning/manipulative. The highly reflexive and image-conscious manager is employed solely for increasing productivity. Any charm they possess or cultivate is in the service of control and production, regardless of how convincing it seems. To be precise, if a manager is genuinely charming and engaging, If charm comes naturally and they do not need to learn the skills and strategies of charm and managerial communication, then such exchanges are still used for the purpose of production. Conversely, the manager may be utilizing learned skills and strategies that exploit, mimic and impress charm, conviviality, and empathy. But what difference does it make if the charm and emotional exchanges are genuine or learned skills and strategies, if all the same, they are employed for profit, control, and targets? Either way, empathy and social conduct is being utilized to increase productivity. It is present only for benefit within a capitalist context. It is superficial in the sense that it is non-social, it is only present to serve capitalism, regardless of being learned or imported from the social sphere. Pathological lying is now a social and vocational necessity. Work bleeds into sociality. And, as work becomes increasingly social, impressions of empathy, care, and loyalty are exploited. A convincing impression of empathy, care, and loyalty is the contemporary managerial tool. The contemporary manager is trained into a state of pathological lying. The modern manager is cunning, conning, and manipulative. They are adept at utilizing a skill set that aims at eliciting uncensored speech and emotions and at building trust. In the opening paragraph of Cleckley's definition of superficial charm and good intelligence, he writes of how utterly convincing the psychopathic performance is. More often than not, the typical psychopath will seem particularly agreeable and make a distinctly positive impression when he is first encountered. Alert and friendly in his attitude, he is easy to talk with and seems to have a good many genuine interests. There is nothing at all odd or queer about him, and in every respect he tends to embody the concept of a well-adjusted, happy person. Nor does he, on the other hand, seem to be artificially exerting himself like one who is covering up or who wants to sell you a bill of goods. He would seldom be confused with the professional backslapper or someone who is trying to ingratiate himself for a concealed purpose. Signs of affectation or excessive affability are not characteristic. He looks like the real thing. For the therapeutic manager to be convincing and build trust, he must maintain a convincing performance. It is a performance akin to Cleckley's definition of psychopathic superficial charm and good intelligence. If the workers are unconvinced by the performance, then the benefits of utilizing empathetic and emotional strategies of management may be negated. The effectiveness of the manager's social, emotional, and empathetic strategies are contingent upon maintaining a psychopathic level of convincing performance. To perform well in the role, it is essential that the manager pass as the real thing. They must be convincingly passionate and enthusiastic, like a charming, super-social psychopath. Being image-conscious for cunning, conning, and manipulative purposes has been a consistently reinforced psychopathic trope in both media depictions of criminal psychopaths and literary and cinematic characters. Ted Bundy was infamous for his charm and good looks. Before he progressed to more serious crimes, he spent many years shoplifting. He would wear his best suit, knowing that he looked respectable beyond suspicion. 2 Bret Easton Ellis's postmodern allegory for 80s excess and consumerism, American Psycho, took fastidious self-reflexivity to the extreme. Patrick Bateman, the rich and murderous protagonist, was portrayed as a psychopathic killer obsessed with appearance, style, brand names, and fashion. Bateman is extreme in his image consciousness. His self-reflexivity is so extreme and the shallow culture of consumerism around him so cloying that an existential crisis results. His saturation in facade and performance has eaten away at his very being. The demand for performance amidst the homogenization of aesthetics and culture yields an existential and ontological crisis. It is a constant and painful crisis. Bateman is obliterated. He is a desperate, cold palimpsest of excessive impressions. The sheer pain of intensive self-conscious acting and social reflexivity is evoked in the following quote: "There is an idea of a Patrick Bateman, some kind of abstraction, but there is no real me, only an entity, something illusory, and though I can hide my cold gaze and you can shake my hand and feel flesh gripping yours and maybe you can even sense our lifestyles are probably comparable, I simply am not there." Patrick Bateman's constant and sharp pain is caused by an ontological uncertainty. The famous no exit closing line above one of the doors covered by red velvet drapes in Harry's is a sign, and on the sign in letters that match the drape's color are the words "This is not an exit," extends his personal uncertainty into the world itself, whilst suggesting to the reader, at once diegetic and Brechtian, that the end is never the end. Nothing can be determined to be anything other than an illusion, sign, or facade. Bateman's core grievance is caused by the weighty void of not knowing who he is other than the illusion and performance he maintains. A massive uncertainty, an ontological crisis, is extended to Bateman's world. However, by closing the book with such an inconclusive statement, Ellis attempts to extend the crisis to the reader too. The crucial import here is that despite this crisis, and like the emotional managers of today, Bateman is utterly social, manages others well and performs well at work. Bateman remains charming. He does so not in spite of this illusion of identity, but like the less dramatic managers working in methods derived, in part, from Elton Mayo, because of the illusions and appearances he is able to maintain and project. Tom Ripley, the amoral protagonist from Patricia Highsmith's novels, is also an individual consumed by obsessions concerning his appearance and identity. Ripley's fastidious attention to his appearance, social grace, and manners are not only aspects of his fickle narcissism and status vanity, like the therapeutic manager, they are also in the service of getting what he wants. He could congratulate himself on tonight, he thought. He had behaved just right. Slowly he took off his jacket and untied his tie, watching every move he made as if it were somebody else's movements he were watching. In a large mirror on the wall he could see himself, the upright, self-respecting young man again. He looked quickly away. He was doing the right thing. Behaving the right way. Throughout the Ripley books, an obsession with facade, acting, portraying the right persona, cultivating the right impression and performing someone else is economically and powerfully forged by Highsmith's writing. The sentiment of image-conscious reflexivity, of having to perform, is insisted throughout. He had behaved just right is practically a literary leitmotif in Highsmith's books. This theme of faking, forging, false appearances and illusions is, similarly to Ellis, expertly reflected in multiple objects within the novels: spectacles for disguise, makeup, forged deer watt paintings, 3 false ashes of cremated friends, Gautier's shiny glass eye, Bernard's suicide effigy, and so on. This is not to suggest that modern managers literally create false office signs or wear disguises. But they must cultivate a positive impression and be strong and effective communicators. The emphasis these authors give to how these two famous psychopathic characters live by constantly conjuring facades, illusions, and forgeries is notable. Performing a person, one who empathizes, manipulates, and carries a respectable facade is so much of a focus for the voice and tone of the novels that it extends past the character and proliferates into the worlds the authors render. Bateman and Ripley would make great managers today. Not because they are criminal, selfish, or status-obsessed, but because they are experts at cultivating charm and managing the impression of empathy they give to others on a daily basis. Impression management, self-reflexivity, awareness and the employment of skills and strategies for communicative efficiency are prerequisites for managerial careers. Bateman and Ripley have all these skills in abundance. But there is an additional facet here. It is how much the reader sympathizes with the characters. Patricia Highsmith is often praised for being able to create an amoral character that the reader sympathizes with. The identification readers may experience with Ripley is related to his acceptance that everything is a performance to some degree. Ripley is an exaggerated, albeit amoral, characterization of how social code is conformed to via performance and the cultivation of a convincing facade. Trust or respect is built on a performance that the reflexive performer can then exploit. Candor and trustworthiness seem implicit in him. One of the most famous representations of a psychopath is Thomas Harris's Hannibal Lecter, a character whose therapeutic, manipulative, and charming conversational talent is heavily emphasized in the screen adaptations of the literary character. Lecter was originally a psychiatrist and therapist. The chummy, listening and caring model of contemporary management is not just a low-level and everyday example of how being social is to some degree psychopathic. It is also an example of how the increasingly social and emotional vocabulary of management requires a manipulative actor that runs very close to pop cultural exemplars of psychopathy. The only difference is that the manager uses such skills and strategies for increasing productivity, whereas the popular fictional psychopath uses these skills and strategies for their own selfish, often antisocial, ends. "Don't call me boss" exemplifies the manipulative the cunning insistence on feigning workplace trust and empathetic relationships in order to increase productivity or leverage additional support and obedience. Capitalism, the vampire, feeds off our empathy and organizes it. In work, our empathy is both the mode of repression and the energy that is exploited. Berardi, with powerful concision, writes, "Today capital needs mental energies, psychic energies. And these are exactly the capacities that are fucking us up. It's because of this that psychopathology is exploding." "Don't call me boss" can also be seen as a register of how the vocabulary of power shifted from authority and dominance into more insidious and socially formatted modes. This shift segmented, categorized, and organized energies, feelings and emotions into a complex web of cues and signals. As empathy was imported into the workplace, it was reduced to shallow cues and signals, whilst simultaneously requiring deeper levels of empathy and trust from those it is employed to control. When Illouz describes empathy as a managerial tool, empathy, the ability to identify with another's point of view and with his or her feelings, is at once an emotional and symbolic skill, for the prerequisite of empathy is that one must decipher the complex cues of others' behavior. It is, by virtue of its reduction to encoded signification, a digitized empathy. As empathetic exchanges were imported into the workplace, they were digitized. Empathetic flows were forged, faked, or cauterized for production. This is a consequence of the shift from genuine uncaring authority to disingenuous psychopathic performances of empathy and conviviality that exploit social exchanges. Lastly, there is another reason for the systematic import of empathy into the workplace. It is a reason that must be understood from changes outside the workplace. It tells a story about changes happening away from the office and management strategies, and has not only a parallel relationship with the workplace, but a certain dynamic with the evolution of management strategies. Thus far, the pull of the import has been detailed. The following will detail the push, so to speak. To commence detailing why the psyche went to work other than holding Elton Mayo solely responsible, we can turn, once more, to Berardi. We can ask, why did the exploitation and employment of trust, relationships, empathy, and emotion in working modes come to be so voraciously imported from the social to the entrepreneurial? Why did the psyche and empathy go to work? In The Soul at Work, From Alienation to Autonomy, Berardi repeatedly asks similar questions. These questions also echo in the increase of working hours and the infringement, or rather the wholesale engulfment, of the psyche by work. Such questions are implicit in the Deckard/McNulty contradistinction. Berardi asks, why does this new kind of worker value labor as the most interesting part of his or her life, and therefore no longer opposes the prolongation of the working day but is actually ready to lengthen it out of personal choice and will? Why do such a large part of workers today consider work the most interesting part of their life, no longer opposing the lengthening of their working day but instead spontaneously choosing to increase it? How did it happen that work regained a central place in social affectivity, and why did society develop a new affection for work? The arrival of empathy, social acting and reflexive performance into the workplace is a telling register of the diminishing degree to which social empathizing and exchanges could continue in life outside of work. Management as therapy is evidence of how the psyche went to work, and was put to work, because its investment in activities autonomous from work had been perishing. Empathy, emotional communication, and psychological investment have, under late capitalism, been eroded in modes of life autonomous from work. The friendly acting manager, deploying therapeutic strategies for control and exploitation, has provided a precious environment of conviviality and empathy for the worker. The worker, now, may only find belonging, conviviality, empathetic exchanges, and sociality at work because there is scant opportunity for such exchanges outside of work. The benefits for capitalism are increased energies being put to work. For some, work is an understandably desirable environment because forms of genuine emotional communication outside of work are now impoverished. It is this change that explains the absurd, but required, love of work, be it genuine or performed. There are two distinct outcomes of this move. Firstly, the performed, the unhappy worker cannot actively display any resentment for work because work requires emotional and empathetic exchanges. Like an adult entertainment film star, if the employee fails to perform enjoyment of the role, if they do not cultivate a convincing impression of enjoyment, of having fun and some emotional investment, then the job is not done. The job is, at a certain level, performing enjoyment, not the job itself. Secondly, for the genuine love of work, the impoverishment of meaningful emotional engagements outside of work is precisely the reason why the happy worker now tends to identify their self via their work role. The role offers emotional exchanges, friends, and empathetic relationships, whilst life outside work struggles to do so. Berardi summarizes this move and answers his own array of questions. The reasons behind the new love of working are to be found not only in a material impoverishment derived from the collapse of social warranties, but also in the impoverishment of existence and communication. We renew our affection for work because economic survival becomes more difficult and daily life becomes lonely and tedious. Metropolitan life becomes so sad that we might as well sell it for money. Regardless of the worker being deeply or shallowly invested in their career and co-workers, empathy is modulated and organized by capitalism. The contemporary worker is not always a cold and unfeeling psychopath. By turns we are sensitive, passionate, caring, good listeners and good at employing social skills for communicative efficacy. We perform well, feign empathy, are goal-oriented and passionate and enthusiastic. We are, at times, empathetic, but also unempathic, pragmatic, and professionally detached at other times. Either way, empathetic engagement, detachment, or performance is increasingly subject to work, whilst arenas for non-capitalized empathy diminish. Chapter 7. Cool customers. One of the criteria within the clinical psychopathic definition is Cleckley's general poverty in major affective reactions. Cleckley describes how the psychopath always shows general poverty of affect. Although it is true that he sometimes becomes excited and shouts as if in rage or seems to exult in enthusiasm and again weeps in what appear to be bitter tears or speaks eloquent and mournful words about his misfortunes or his follies, the conviction dawns on those who observe him carefully that here we deal with a readiness of expression rather than a strength of feeling. One particular character trait of fictional and diagnosed psychopaths is a lack of affective reactions. This is often manifested as coolness under pressure, fearlessness, thrill-seeking or cold indifference to the outside world. Tom Ripley, Patrick Bateman, and Hannibal Lecter all seem to have a poverty of major affective reactions. They seem cool under pressure. Of course, this advantageous trait is coupled with a cunning, and manipulative predisposition. For example, in Highsmith's third Ripley novel, Ripley's Game, Tom Ripley is often rendered as cool and relaxed. His coolness is starkly juxtaposed with the character of Jonathan. Whilst they are engaged in various violent, criminal, and dangerous situations, Tom is always calm and relaxed. He behaves casually, eats well, talks of mundane interests and remains upbeat, whereas Jonathan is often quiet, untalkative, or monosyllabic, sweating and paralyzed by worry. As they move through various high-risk binds, the personal risk and danger seem like frustrating inconveniences for Tom, whereas, for Jonathan, they worry him to his core. Jonathan is not completely useless in the various crises and jeopardies the pair find themselves in. But the reader is left with the distinct impression that Tom is calm and capable, whereas Jonathan is quite deeply affected by these situations. Tom has to carry, nurture, and cajole Jonathan through the crimes. Jonathan is racked by guilt and worry, he fears for his life, whereas Tom's major concern is unsettlingly pragmatic. For Tom, each high-risk situation is merely an obstacle to overcome in order to protect his property and possessions, an obstacle that he methodically works through with diligence and frustration rather than anger, fear, or worry. Their internal thoughts are distinctly different too. Jonathan frets about his family and the immediate physical danger he is in. Tom, however, remains pragmatic and logical about the potentially lethal situations. Tom's thoughts often drift to quite innocuous matters, his new harpsichord or his servant's return to the mansion. The difference between Tom and Jonathan is exemplified in one particular chapter. Jonathan is tasked with garroting a member of the mafia on a train. The target has 2 bodyguards and the train offers little cover or means of escape. Tom foresees that the task is too tough for Jonathan and takes the initiative to complete the murder himself. Tom garrots the target, dispatches the body along with a bodyguard and almost falls out of the train himself. Jonathan's only task is to keep a lookout. Jonathan is, understandably and visibly, stressed. He fidgets and sweats, whereas it seems that Tom left his sympathetic nervous system back on the platform. Tom seems to comprehend danger but not feel danger. He is cool under pressure. For Tom Ripley, massive physical risk is a logical problem to consider but not something to break a sweat over. Even when Tom acknowledges the concept of grave danger, his body doesn't react, he doesn't sweat, stutter, or hesitate. Tom Ripley seems to lack effective reactions. A poverty of major effective reactions is also a macabre characteristic of Hannibal Lecter. When Detective Starling visits Lecter in The Silence of the Lambs, Dr. Chilton warns Starling that on the evening of July 8, 1981, he complained of chest pains and was taken to the dispensary. His mouthpiece and restraints were removed for an EKG. When the nurse leaned over him, he did this to her. The doctors managed to reset her jaw, more or less. Saved one of her eyes. His pulse never got above 85, even when he ate her tongue. Later in the film, Lecter escapes from his high-security cell by donning the uniform and face of a police officer. The authorities, believing Lecter's faintly breathing body to be that of Officer Jim Pembry, put Lecter on a stretcher and whisk him into an ambulance whilst they mistakenly search the building for him. Unlike the previous scene, where Lecter sits serenely listening to one of Bach's Goldberg variations in his cell, the escape scene is chaotic and tense. Sweaty officers shout over an orchestra of climatic and ominous chords. Once the disguised Lecter is in the ambulance, the medic states that his pulse is 84 bpm. Biologically, Lecter seems indifferent to the colossal risk and thrilling success of his violent and creative escape plan. In contrast to the frantic police officers within the film, it seems that Lecter's pulse is the only one that hasn't quickened since the previous scene. We can also extend this marked distinction of effective reaction to the viewer. It is a tense scene, it is edge-of-your-seat cinema designed to thrill and quicken one's pulse, but the protagonist we watch, Lecter, remains cool, biologically unflinching. A cool poverty of effective reaction is a noteworthy character trait in both Lecter and Ripley. They both display a diminished or non-existent reaction to environmental stimuli. It seems that Ripley and Lecter are immune to panic. Many fictional portrayals of psychopathic characters labor over a biological, emotional, and empathetic numbness. Cleckley, too, emphasizes how crucial this character aspect is in his chapter Fictional Characters of Psychiatric Interest. Essentially, for Cleckley, not being numb enough is a good reason for a character's supposed psychopathy to be refuted. Prince Mishkin from Dostoevsky's The Idiot is his example. Dostoevsky's Prince Mishkin in The Idiot, a person of great wisdom and spiritual insight, yet eccentric and in some ways inadequate, might be called a psychopath by writers who use this term loosely for maladjusted or uneven geniuses. He is, however, a person who feels more profoundly than the ordinary man the very aspects of life to which our patients are numb. In both popular depictions and clinical distinctions, psychopaths, it seems, display a poverty of effective reactions, an unaffected coolness to danger, a fearlessness. So, we can appreciate how Cleckley's general poverty in major effective reactions is evident in Tom Ripley and Hannibal Lecter. But this must be considered alongside the more general notion that there is a relationship between an organism and its psyche and the technological energies and stimuli it is exposed to. Cleckley's general poverty in major affective reactions applies to our own lives under capitalism. Haven't we all become desensitized, to some degree, to the emotive media that bombards us daily? The study of affect, response, and stimulation is a key mode of research into the psychophysiology of psychopathy. It is important to consider the clinical studies that aim to examine the psychophysiological numbness and poverty of affective reactions in psychopathy. In their article Psychopathy, Startle Blink Modulation, and Electrodermal Reactivity in Twin Men, Benning, Patrick, and Iacono state that, compared to controls, individuals with psychopathy identified through global ratings of Cleckley psychopathy exhibit deficient skin conductance responses to conditioned stimuli in aversive conditioning tasks and to avoidable aversive tones in vigilance tasks, during shock anticipation and aggression tasks, and in response to adrenaline infusions. Moreover, Lorber's meta-analysis found that psychopathy was consistently inversely related to a variety of skin conductance measures. The findings of these studies indicate that individuals with psychopathy are less electrodermically aroused by aversive stimuli, consistent with the notion that such individuals are relatively fearless. Skin conductance is an indicator of sweat. Sweating is a good indicator of sympathetic nervous system engagement. The sympathetic nervous system could be aroused by psychological or physiological means. The studies mentioned above vary, but they are mostly concerned with aversive stimuli and skin conductance. Aversive stimuli may be delivered within conditioning tasks or vigilance tasks. They could be delivered directly or at random. For example, in an aversive stimuli conditioning study, a subject may receive a small electric shock after a beep. After a few cycles, a subject would learn to expect a slightly unpleasant shock after, for the sake of argument, every fifth beep. Aversive stimuli would condition the subject to preempt an unpleasant shock. Depending on how much the subject's sympathetic nervous system is aroused, skin conductance would measure the intensity of reaction to the aversive stimuli. Point 4. Aversive stimuli may also be couched within a simple visual vigilance task. Whilst completing a vigilance task, loud sounds, lights, or unpleasant images may be delivered. As before, skin conductance would be a quantifiable method of measuring the degree to which aversive stimuli yield a response and effective reaction. Skin conductance in relation to aversive stimuli is consistently found to be lower in clinical psychopaths than a control group. This, of course, follows Cleckley's suggestion that a poverty of effective reaction is a key trait of psychopathy. A poverty of effective reaction is also depicted in fictional portrayals of what we call psychopaths. Tom Ripley and Hannibal Lecter both have a poverty of major effective reactions. They don't sweat. Highsmith consistently describes Tom Ripley as being cool and calm, whereas Jonathan is repeatedly described as sweating. Hannibal Lecter's steady and unwavering pulse is also a physiological indicator of a poverty of effective reaction. If Lecter's sympathetic nervous system was aroused, his pulse would quicken. Violence, murder, and jailbreak arouse Lecter's sympathetic nervous system little more than the delicate tinkles of a Goldberg variation. It seems that a poverty of effective reaction in relation to aversive stimuli is a psychophysiological measure of fearlessness. Ripley and Lecter are characters that do not react in a physiologically fearful manner to dangerous situations and environments. One can appreciate how desirable a fearless and unflinching villain is for crime fiction and Hollywood films. A poverty of major effective reactions is one of the most prevalent traits in fictional portrayals of psychopathy. The significant import here is that a major facet of psychopathy in both clinical and popular culture is how little effect external stimuli have, both physiologically and psychologically. The blink reflex, or startle reflex, is another measure of reaction to aversive stimuli and was also a focus of Benning et al.'s study. One part of the study involved a picture viewing task that included startle, blink, and skin conductance. The pictures were a mix of neutral, pleasant, and unpleasant. It should be noted that this aspect of the study contained pleasing stimuli as well as unpleasant stimuli that may elicit a fearful or aversive response. There were 9 pleasant pictures, 9 neutral pictures, and 9 aversive pictures. Pleasant pictures consisted mainly of erotic women and adventure scenes and were chosen to be maximally pleasant and highly arousing for male participants. Neutral pictures consisted of household objects and were chosen so that they were rated neutrally in valence and low in arousal. Aversive pictures consisted mainly of scenes of mutilated bodies and disease that were chosen to be maximally unpleasant and highly arousing. During the viewing of the pictures, the participants were also exposed to startle probes. The startle blink response in the groups with high fearless dominance and impulsive antisociality was lower. Both groups also displayed below average skin conductance in relation to both aversive imagery and startle probes. Those groups also displayed how startling imagery or emotional content has a below average modulation of the startle blink response. For example, when watching a particularly scary film, when one is highly emotionally engaged, our startle blink response increases. When viewing emotionally charged content, our reactions to environmental stimulation increases. This is typified by the old practical joke of making someone jump with fright during a tense scene in a hushed cinema. Just a hand on a shoulder may cause a shriek. Whilst engaged with emotionally charged content, our affective reaction is increased. No doubt many household pets have been blamed for the messy consequences of this correlation. Individuals who measure highly on the psychopathic scale seem to have a diminished reaction to stimuli, particularly negative or fear-inducing stimuli. Cleckley's presupposition that Prince Mishkin was not numb enough to qualify as a psychopath seems to be supported by the various studies into the correlation of those diagnosed with psychopathy to a poverty of major affective reactions. Prince Mishkin is not particularly psychopathic because he is not numb enough. He has too great an affective reaction, he is too sensitive. Hare later attributed the numbness of aversive stimuli to underdeveloped or underactive amygdala. In this sense, Prince Mishkin is more like John Ronson. In the psychopath test, Ronson recounts driving along a road with Hare as his passenger. They go past a grisly car crash. The over-anxious and sensitive Ronson begins swerving after the shock of seeing the crash. Ronson and Hare had discussed the definitions of the Hare psychopathic checklist before the journey. Ronson tells of how he was relieved he reacted in such a way. At first he fretted that driving past the crash was a sign of callousness or lack of empathy. Hare and Ronson discussed how the amygdala and central nervous system are responsible for sending the signals of fear and distress. Hare adds, psychopaths would see that crash and their amygdala would barely register a thing. Insensitivity towards aversive stimuli is one of the main reasons why Hare and many others involved in criminal psychology suppose that highly psychopathic personalities may not learn from punishment as effectively as less psychopathic individuals. It seems that those diagnosed as psychopathic are, when bombarded with aversive stimuli designed to evoke fear or revolt, less sensitive on a psychophysiological level. Just like Ripley and Lecter, the participants who rated highly for psychopathic traits did not sweat or blink as much. A diminished psychophysiological response to external stimuli is a key facet of psychopathy in both fictional portrayals and clinical studies. But, even though this notion is based on a resolutely quantifiable approach to supposed psychopathic characteristics, it is, nonetheless, problematic. Seeking to isolate the psychophysiological characteristics of psychopathy within a group whose overriding consistency is being labeled with a term constituted from a plethora of contradictory and widely applicable categories is misguided. Extant studies on psychopathy are predicated on an atypical group. This focus on criminals is fine for a study into crime or the consequences of incarceration, but as many of these studies are taken up not as studies into criminality but as studies in psychopathy, the premise is misleading. The fundamental basis of these studies, psychopathy as a given from which to explore differences from and therefore characteristics of, is not, like in Blade Runner, empirically observable and quantifiable. The basis of such studies is the application of a problematic diagnostic method to define a personality disorder within an atypical group of people who are incarcerated as punishment for antisocial behavior. But we can take something valuable from these studies. This is the creation of late capitalist living in a clinical microcosm, a diorama of our affective, media-blitzed environment. The participants, exposed to visual and auditory stimuli, are plunged into a scenario that has a great deal in common with contemporary life. Images, alerts, flickering lights, and emotive content bombard the subject. The subjects of the study are exposed to an affective blitz similar to how those who are put to work under late capitalism are exposed to an increasingly effective environment that is filled with sounds, images, energies, and stimulation. It is these aspects of the effective capitalist environment that will be explored in the following chapter. Chapter 8. Under Bright Lights and Medication. In 24/7, Late Capitalism and the Ends of Sleep, Jonathan Crary writes, in 2006, researchers at Cornell University released results of a long-term study containing some hypotheses about the reorganization of television in the 1980s. The research project assembled data to suggest a correlation between television viewing by very young children and autism. The specific relationship between exposure to television and autism is not the focus here. Instead, what is of note in the Cornell University study is that it presupposes how television has a direct biological effect. Crary notes that the study made the heretical suggestion that television might have a catastrophic physical impact on the developing human being, that it could produce extreme, permanent impairments. It bypassed the notion that television is something one watches in some attentive manner, and instead provisionally treated it as a source of light and sound to which one is exposed. It means reconsidering the exposure in terms of lasting physical damage. This is an aspect of the effective environment that pervades modern working conditions. We may suppose that work doesn't involve the leisurely viewing of television, but many jobs involve television exposure in the foyer, the cafeteria, the break spaces, or even in the workspaces. Rolling news and inane music channels flicker on walls. But not just television. Over the past few decades, the icy cyan glow of the screen has virulently encroached into our vestiges of focus and tranquility. Ever-glaring PC monitors stand on every desk. We cup tablets and smartphones in bed, at concerts, waiting for transport, and during conversation. The proliferation of television and other various technological media in life outside of work is symptomatic of new networked and technological media usurping older forms of social interaction. As Berardi suggests, social interaction outside of late capitalist work has diminished and been replaced by the blue-hued loneliness of social media. We have already seen how this void has been partially filled by social, emotional, and empathetic therapeutic working strategies. As social interaction has diminished outside of the office, managers have become our best listening friends. Outside of working hours, social interaction has been usurped by the flickering television set, DVD box sets, streaming or downloadable films, online forums, YouTube, online gambling, social media, video gaming, and pornography. These are some of the dominant effective stimuli outside of work. Crary stresses that television is not the only technological energy that our psyches and physiologies are exposed to. Indeed, we are, in the absence of traditional social spaces and relations, being exposed to technology and its affects more and more. There are consequences of such exposure. Crary writes of symptoms that are strikingly similar to established psychopathic categories. Crary states how internet pornography and violent computer games lead to a flattening of response, and that in 24/7 capitalism, a sociality outside of individual self-interest becomes inexorably depleted. A flattening of response and rampant self-interest is, by many definitions, psychopathic. Technology is conditioning a poverty of effective reactions as well as a self-centered subjectivity. This can be understood as both a lack of empathy, inflated self-appraisal. The potent energies of the environment we inhabit desensitize our psychic skin. A lack of empathy, low effective reactions, and a lack of sensitivity towards others are some of the symptoms caused by a technological burning as result of exposure. The living substance, exposed to the ubiquitous and technologically amplified energies of late capitalism, forms a thick skin. A numb callus is hardened under the lights. Callousness is conditioned. Berardi too has explored how increased exposure to stimuli and technologically dispersed energies has led to a deadening of the psychic crust, a flattening of response, and a diminished capacity for empathy for feelings. In order to appreciate Berardi's thought, and also to emphasize how enmeshed psychic energies and psychophysiological reactions are with late capitalism, it is important to understand two key terms: Semia-capitalism and infosphere. Berardi describes semia-capitalism as a capitalism founded on immaterial labor and the explosion of the infosphere. The kind of overproduction manifest in semia-capitalism is specifically semiotic, an infinite excess of signs circulates in the infosphere. Semia-capitalism is characterized by an excess of speed of the signifiers and stimulates. The field between the signs and the psychophysiological organism is the infosphere. The infosphere is between the infinite expanse of cyberspace and the fragile organism that acts as receiver. Semia-capitalism needs the psyche, it needs our emotional engagement, our empathetic and cognitive energies. The dizzying explosion of the infosphere is the field that illustrates this need. Semia-capitalism first and foremost mobilized the psychic energy of society to bend it to the drive of competition and cognitive productivity. As the infosphere explodes, affective signs, emotive cues, data, code and energy bombard the psyche with accelerating frequencies and intensities in the service of semia-capitalism. However, we morsels of living substance cannot engage and react with sufficient depth and speed. Thus, the potent energies of stimulation lead to our desensitization. For Berardi, intensity and frequency is key. Accelerated frequencies of exposure to an array of stimuli and the increased intensities of the stimuli erode the time required for a deep in-feeling, for empathy. In recent decades, the organism has been exposed to an increasing mass of neuromobilizing stimuli. The acceleration and intensification of nervous stimulants on the conscious organism seems to have thinned the cognitive film that we might call sensibility. The conscious organism needs to accelerate its cognitive, gestural, kinetic reactivity. The time available for responding to nervous stimuli has been dramatically reduced. This is perhaps why we seem to be seeing a reduction of the capacity for empathy. Symbolic exchange among human beings is elaborated without empathy, because it becomes increasingly difficult to perceive the existence of the body of the other in time. The time for empathy is lacking because stimulation has become too intense. For Berardi, the capacity to allow feelings in, to empathize, is reduced by accelerated frequencies and increased intensities of stimuli. Lack of empathy seems to be an endemic effect of the growing time of the exposure of the mind to the accelerated infosphere. As well as overexposure and overstimulation leading to a flattened response and a desensitized psyche, the modes of empathy employed within therapeutic management strategies can also lead to desensitization. The reduction of empathetic exchanges within working environments to cues and signals also leads to numbness. The digitized, accelerated, and significatory format of empathy and emotional exchanges within the workplace are also, for Berardi, a further cause of desensitization. Digitization of the communicative processes induces a sort of desensitization. Exposure to stimuli and the digital formatting of the psyche under late capitalism leads to a poverty of effective reactions. The communicatory signs, emotional energies, light and auditory stimuli that the organism is exposed to under late capitalism desensitize by frequency, intensity, and the reduction of social and emotive communication to accelerated and digitized formats. All these causes of desensitization are in the service of production, a production that relies upon psychic exchange and empathetic exploitation. Productive life is overloaded with symbols that not only have an operational value, but also an effective emotional one. In the affective and emotive info blitz of late capitalism, a hard, numb, burnt dead, callous and unfeeling crust is conditioned. Our psychic, physiological, and psychophysiological sensitivity is cauterized and numbed by the searing strobe lights of the capitalist info blitz. But what happens if a tough crust is not charred to sufficient numbness? What happens if an individual remains sensitive to external energies and stimuli? What happens if technologically disseminated energies and stimuli lead to an excess of effective reactions rather than a poverty of effective reactions? Desensitization and lack of empathy is not the only effect of what Berardi would suggest are the forces, energies, and affects of semia-capitalism. In the study of the psychophysiology of psychopathy we looked at previously, Some participants seemed highly impervious to the starting sensations designed for an aversive response, whilst others reacted much more. For each individual with a high degree of numbness, a poverty of effective reaction, there will be others who sense and react more, who blink when startled and sweat more when stimulated psychologically, physically, or psychophysiologically. For each cool and calm Ripley type there is of course a panicked, sweating, and scared Jonathan type, and many degrees between. For some the stimulation is too much, and panic and fear are the reaction. External stimuli and energies result in a violent arousal of the sympathetic nervous system. Berardi suggests that as well as a deadening of sensation and a lacking capacity for empathy, the other effect of techno-capitalist stimuli inherent within semi-capitalism is the converse, panic. Berardi states that the exposure to the informational advertising productive stimulating flux produces panic-like, neurasthenic effects, and that economic competition and digital intensification of informatic stimuli, combined together, induce a state of permanent electrocution that flows into a widespread pathology which manifests itself in the panic syndrome. Intensity and frequency of exposure to affective and emotive symbols, signs, and cues may cause panic as well as desensitization. Panic is the reaction of a sensitive organism submitted to stimulation that is too strong and too rapid. The reaction of an organism urged on by too frequent and intense impulses to be emotively and conversationally elaborated. Too much exposure to accelerated and highly intensive stimulation leads to collapse, and panic stimulus overload is what happens when the organism is exposed to saturation. The explosion of the infosphere is what leads to intolerable levels of exposure frequencies and intensities. Saturation of the infosphere provokes a stimulus overload. It is this collapse, under stimulus overload, of the sensitive psychophysiological organism that is a crisis for semi-capitalism. Mental collapse and panic, a violent and traumatizing arousal of the sympathetic nervous system, is a register of the organism's limit being broached by semi-capitalism. This is the sentiment in the following passage. Semi-capital is in a crisis of overproduction, but the form of this crisis is not only economic, but also psychopathic. Semi-capital, in fact, is not about the production of material goods, but about the production of psychic stimulation. The mental environment is saturated by signs that create a sort of continuous excitation, a permanent electrocution, which leads the individual, as well as the collective mind, to a state of collapse. Panic and collapse are no good for maintaining production within semi-capitalism. Desensitization is a symptom, but it is not an immediately unproductive symptom, like collapse and panic. Imagine if, for the participants in studies that expose them to panic and fear response stimuli, a magic pill could be administered to deaden and desensitize, reducing arousal of the sympathetic nervous system. What if Ripley could provide the panicked and worry-fraught Jonathan with a pill that would make him cool, efficient and productive? What if the police officers dealing with Lecter's escape could enjoy the same absence of panic and could, calmly and methodically, go about the business of finding Lecter? If a psychotropic solution could be found, the police officers would dither less and panic less. Perhaps they would spot more clues. This possibility is, in fact, reality. As Berardi explains, late capitalism has found methods of desensitizing the organism to ward off panic and anxiety, to maintain the proliferation of production and the organism's continued psychophysiological engagement with the exploding infosphere. As the acceleration of impulses provokes stress in the physical organism, demands a psychotropic reformatting of perceptions and cognitive interaction, through the use of psychopharmacological drugs or the pure and simple deactivation of empathy. To temper an organism's propensity for panic and collapse when exposed to the energies and affects of late capitalism, psychotropic solutions like SSRIs are increasingly distributed. To increase psychic attention when it has been eroded under a bombardment of effective info blitz, stimulants like Ritalin are administered. To maintain reproductive and sexual physicality when the body is stressed and overworked, Viagra is offered as the solution. These are the psychopharmacological, pro-production solutions to the organism's stress, panic, and collapse. These are the Berardian triptych of psychotropic semi-capitalist maintenance, SSRIs to stave off psychophysiological breakdown, Ritalin to maintain attention in accordance with the accelerated demands of the infosphere, and Viagra to return an already damaged psychophysiological constitution to its basic working function. All these solutions follow the same psychopathic trajectory, returning the organism to a deadened, efficient and productive state. Medicated from a quivering Jonathan to a coolly unflinching and efficient Ripley. There are two psychopathic trajectories at play here, the effects of stimuli and the effects of psychopharmacological maintenance. Each conditions the organism into a state that is psychopathic, providing a quick but fearless worker with a poverty of effective reactions and a lack of empathy. The media that individuals are exposed to in contemporary life are arousing stimuli. The energies and effects of these media are like the aversive stimuli in the study, they elicit an arousal of the sympathetic nervous system, or they desensitize us. The latter is a form of psychopathic conditioning. The former requires medication so that semi-capitalism can continue production. These psychotropic chemicals cultivate an organism that exhibits the psychophysiological psychopathic traits we see in film, literature, clinical studies, and psychological categories. Panic, collapse, and anxiety, the neurological opposite of being a psychopath, but these are unproductive, so a psychotropic recoding is administered to set the nervous among us upon a psychopathic trajectory to a more productive, but quite psychopathic, state. In short, one is either conditioned into a psychopathic poverty of effective reaction through exposure to external stimuli, or one is administered psychotropic medication. The clinical tests and studies on diagnosed psychopaths mentioned previously are exemplary microcosms of daily life. Non-criminal psychopathy is at once a sickness of and an outcome of conditioning by capitalism. Chapter 9. The competition sickness. Psychopathy can be understood as a sickness, a curse of capitalism. The strict etymology of psychopath is suffering psyche. Hare describes it as a mental illness. But ironically, psychopathy is not quite a state of dis-ease. It is a state of ease, with the imposed requirements and stimuli of capitalism. Contrary to the etymological roots of the term, psychopathy is not suffering and dis-ease but a desensitized and charred crust of protection. Also, as Hare highlights, via the question mad or bad, psychopathy is not curable, nor is it a measure of insanity. It is not curable because it is not a mental illness as such, but rather a personality disorder. It is a personality disorder diagnosed, in part, via guessing unknowable internal characteristics and psychological experiences such as empathy and remorse. And further, in practicality it is only established as a personality disorder when an individual is evaluated as a consequence of antisocial behavior. It would be very unlikely for a law-abiding everyday psychopath to be diagnosed as having a personality disorder, because it is not likely that their personality would be scrutinized for this end by a psychiatrist or criminal psychologist. Everyday psychopathy is a marker of sanity, politeness, and sociality. It is behaving in just the right way, being professional whilst also maintaining the impression of being passionate and enthusiastic. The odd sanity of psychopathy is established in law, generally, but also in popular culture, where the concept is often framed as being superlogical and socially aware. Thus, there is no cure for psychopathy because there is little to be fixed. Nothing observable, practical, or social is broken. As with many endemic problems of capitalism, the case is paradoxical and terminal. Psychopathic trajectories of the subject under capitalism are immune to realignment, because there would have to be a shift away from social working requirements and expectations of capitalism before psychopathy could become visible as a conspicuous marker of insanity or mental illness. Further to this, and in the same sense, psychopaths cannot be deemed insane or not responsible for their action under criminal laws. This signifies, on some level, the presupposition that a psychopathic trajectory is deemed, in the cold hand of law, a quite well-adjusted and sane subjectivity. In the context of a capitalist world, psychopathy is productive conformity. It is for this reason that psychopathy must be framed as an untreatable but contagious sickness, symptom, and condition of capitalism. We have considered how psychopathy is cultivated and disseminated under capitalism, via requirement or stimuli. But these take a limited account. They look at requirements imposed upon an individual or stimuli the individual is exposed to. These are important. But there is another mode of contagion that is not directly about the reaction of the individual subject to requirements or stimuli. It is about how individuals within a group operate in competitive environments. This aspect concerns a virulently exacerbating climate. Widespread and effective stimuli and the cloying requirements of work roles are part of this notion to some degree, but the focus here is a climatic conceptualization involving the interplay of these previously elucidated concepts. The climate of competition and how it nurtures psychopathy is the focus. This cannot be investigated independently from requirements and stimuli. All three forces of psychopathic trajectory are inherently linked. The following exploration of competition is a rendering of the larger context that requirements and stimuli are also a part of. Psychopathy, distinct from sociopathy, must not be thought of as an abnormality. We must keep hold of the uncomfortable notion that psychopathy is a normality under capitalism. It is a symptom of capitalism we all, through requirement, exposure or conditioning, have to some degree. Once again, it is crucial to regard the concept of psychopathy as having little relation to evil supervillains, serial killers, criminals, ruthless CEOs, or financial con artists, except for its ubiquity in the service of dramatic effect. The competition concerned here is a competition of any market that a workplace, be it target-driven public services or private businesses, is subject to. The market translates into a competitive environment that people must learn to live through for 40 hours a week. All forms of work are subject to an insidious nature of competition that emerges from quantifying feedback and targets. A nurse, a lecturer, a used car salesman or a website designer are all operating under the pressures of competition and the frenzy of quantification. To be clear, the suggestion here is not that psychopaths rise to the top or succeed in particular vocations. Rather, it is that work environments require the worker to become increasingly psychopathic just to get through the demands, requirements, stimuli, and exposure of every day. Psychopathy is the result of surviving under the triangulated forces of requirement, stimuli, and competition. To outline how the climate of competition nurtures psychopathy, a hypothetical scenario that explores the relational dynamics between a psychopathic subjectivity and a distinctly non-psychopathic subjectivity at work will be posited. It is a scenario that illustrates what happens when a McNulty-type character and a Deckard-type character are asked to work alongside one another in a competitive work environment, under the scrutiny of bureaucratic and quantifying modes of surveillance. Let us return to the Red Tower Novelties Ltd call center described in the introduction. 51 Worker is a high-level psychopath, an individual who would exhibit many of the criteria from a Cleckley or Hare checklist. Let's call her Sue. Sue takes her breaks abruptly mid-call, or in the middle of meetings. She tells her callers that there is a fire alarm and cuts them off. She excuses herself from meetings on false pretenses. She cares little for the customers whose lives are ruined, and refuses to help her co-workers or participate in any activities that do not benefit her directly. Alongside Sue is Joe. Joe is not like Sue. Joe cares a great deal about the customers and his co-workers. Joe really empathizes and feels the pain and disappointment of each customer he deals with. Sue's managers are happy with her because she performs very well. She is consistent, efficient, and highly productive. She takes more calls than many of her fellow workers. By comparison, Joe is not, according to his managers and the quantifiable evidence they have access to, performing so well. Joe spends far too long listening, sometimes spending a whole afternoon trying to help or console just one customer. The crux of the matter is that Joe cares too much to be as efficient as Sue. Joe focuses all his energy on one customer at a time and empathizes greatly with the distraught customers he deals with. Sue does not empathize with her customers. She says only what is needed to give enough of an impression of care and empathy so she can move on to the next call. For Sue, each call is a number, a task to complete with as little effort and as quickly as possible. Sue is the opposite of Joe. She is never tired at the end of each day, unlike Joe, who leaves the call center exhausted, stressed, and often in tears. After months of this, the managers have a meeting. They know Joe cares about his job and want to help him. They are friendly, helpful managers. The managers see in the reports that Sue performs best and so approach her to coach Joe. Sue refuses, explaining she will only do so for additional pay. The managers cannot pay Sue more, so instead they listen to her calls and build a script from the recordings of her conversations with many upset customers. The managers all notice how she directs the call, controls the conversation, builds rapport and manages the customer's expectations. Some weeks later, the managers provide Joe with an intensive training course modeled on Sue's recorded phone calls. Essentially, Joe is given a script. Joe is supposed to follow the script as best he can, saying this or that at each juncture to provide a satisfactory resolution and positive impression for the customer. Joe explains that he doesn't want to sound like a robot, that the customers need to be listened to and given respect and care because the product/service has failed so badly. At this, the managers explain to Joe that so long as he follows the script, the customers will feel respected and cared for. The managers also emphasize that it is the right thing to utilize these new skills and strategies so that more customers can feel respected and cared for. The managers call this impression management and describe how, for the most productive and successful employees in the Red Tower Novelties Ltd customer service call center, impression management was definitely one of their strong suits. Joe describes how all of the photos, emails, and voices on the other end of the phone affect him emotionally. At this, the managers explain that they don't want him to be upset or affected by such things, and reassure him that by following the rules of impression management his working life will be less stressful and more productive. A win-win. Joe grudgingly agrees to try the new way of working. After many months, Joe is following the script flawlessly. He is almost talking automatically without feeling, thinking or hesitating. He gets through so many calls with so much ease that he begins playing Minesweeper and online Scrabble on his computer to ward off boredom. At this stage, Joe does not really listen to the upset or angry voices of the customers on end of the line. Joe soon stops caring so deeply and painfully, because he feels safe in the knowledge that as long as he follows the script he will give a polite, professional, and empathetic impression to the customer, a better impression than he ever could have provided previously and with less emotional effort. This is the modus operandi of competitive and quantizing work, to put in place semi-automatic strategies that give an impression of care, empathy, enthusiasm, fun, excitement, etc., in order to maximize productivity. It is not dissimilar to the strategies of the therapeutic managers. Care, empathy, and emotion are reduced to flat signs and cues. They are scripted, reduced to code. Point 6 Because of the requirements of the job, the relentless targets and competitive environment, Joe had to behave more psychopathically than he would have otherwise. Also, because of his reaction to the stimuli of the environment, Joe was ultimately happy to work in a desensitized manner and become less sensitive. Life was easier, and work less dramatic, once Joe became numb to the stimuli. If Joe didn't accept the psychopathic trajectory prescribed, the semi-automatic working strategy suggested by his managers, he may have lost his job because of poor performance, that is, if he didn't suffer a nervous breakdown first, or collapse through stress and panic. If Joe did collapse, if he did succumb to panic, he could be prescribed psychopharmaceuticals that would medicate his being into a less caring, less sensitive and more psychopathic nature. The hypothetical scenario of Sue and Joe working for Red Tower Novelties Ltd illuminates the way that competition nurtures psychopathy. A subject's trajectory towards an increasingly psychopathic nature is accelerated most under the networks of quantification and competition that almost all modes of work are subject to. The psychopathic contagion spreads most voraciously under competition. This is not to say, as many others do, that psychopaths rise to the top or exploit others in competitive working arenas. The lesson to be taken from Sue and Joe is that the least psychopathically operating employee is put in competition with the most psychopathic employee. Of course, Psychopathy is a spectrum and there are degrees of difference between the most and least psychopathic, but at work the least psychopathic worker will always be compared and pressured into becoming more psychopathic by the forces of competition that work along the line of what is most productive and quantifiable. The contagion of psychopathy is accelerated by the forces of competition and spread through the necessities of quantifiable comparisons. In the hypothetical call center of Red Tower Novelties Ltd., the most psychopathic worker will never fall short of requirements, because care and empathy for the customer are reduced to code, script, cues and symbols in the service of efficiency and productivity. The churn of competition, the constellation of quantifiable comparisons that pushes the workers lowest on the psychopathic spectrum to a state that is more psychopathic, is how the average working subject is conditioned to be increasingly psychopathic. Under the imposed requirements and the exposure to stimuli, psychotropic solutions, and the forces of quantifying comparison competition dynamics, the mean level of being and behaving is set upon an increasingly psychopathic trajectory. Work requirements and an effective environment condition psychopathy, but the quantification and competition the worker is subjected to is the catalyst. Psychopathy is a diagnosis that cannot be treated. It is like being diagnosed with bad karma, no soul, or as an unbeliever. The criteria may be contradictory, but nonetheless, the terminal and untreatable status of psychopathy is relevant here. Psychopathy is not a mental illness. There is no treatment for it because it is not an illness. Because it is not an illness, not something that society strives to cure, and because the criteria are so contradictory and subject to interpretation, psychopathy becomes merely a question of circumstance. It becomes a question of whether the circumstance is antisocial or not. Grossly antisocial circumstances, and those foul of the law, lead us to the traditional psychopathy generally conflated with criminality. But in the circumstance of the conditioning and empathic of requirements, empathizing facades, techno-affective exposure, emotive and electronic stimuli, all exacerbated by competitive frenzy and put to productive work, we call this being a good worker, not psychopathy. Once cleaved from antisocial behavior or criminality, psychopathy seems normal, good for business and unervingly similar to our polite, professional, and passionate working selves. Imagine if the therapeutic manager or coldly manipulative Sue from the Red Tower Novelties Ltd. call center scenario failed to convince others of genuine empathy. They would be unproductive and poor workers. Modern work requires a convincing performance of empathy. An act of emotion, care, social cordiality, and team cohesion is what many modern industries rely on, but an act that can be pulled out of a hat, subject to the requirements of the role. This is exactly Sue and Joe's roles. A convincing act must be performed, day in day out, so that the illusion of care can be sold. 7 Psychopathy is, under capitalism, not a malady but a condition that can be harnessed for profit. Psychopathy is only troublesome once the term is conflated with criminality. Outside of this, it is the basis of our centrally heated homes, frothy cappuccinos, and fiber optic broadband. Productive, convincing and put to work, psychopathy is the indeterminate zone where the symptoms of capitalism meet the necessary basis of the capitalist operating system. Chapter 10. Cured, Psychopathy as the Writing of Capitalism. Psychopathy is the writing of capitalism. It is the mark, the register, of capitalism's modes and forces upon the body and the psyche. The digitized format of psychopathy and empathy, a pathology that adheres to a productive code, is writing. Let us take each form of empathy organization, or, to put it another way, the distribution of psychopathy, in turn. The flow of empathy that is reduced and cauterized to a marked behavioral requirements in the service of production is writing. Vocational requirements, keeping a professional distance, only giving a fuck and being passionate and enthusiastic when required is the effect of capitalism's writing. So too is the use of empathy for business, or care. Empathy is organized, and allowed to exist only when the job requires it. The desensitization that comes from overstimulation and overexposure is a way in which the organism is written into. The numbness that results from the worker being subject to a bombardment of info blitz, emotive content and visual and sonic stimuli is a result of capitalist writing/formatting. In the same way, psychopharmaceuticals that directly dull the senses, anestheticing the overactive amygdala, are all part of the mechanics of capitalism's inscription. The therapeutic manager who reduces empathy and emotions to cues, signs, and signals in the service of production and exploitation is symptomatic of capitalism's inscription. Sue and Joe in the Red Tower Novelties Ltd call center scenario are similar to the therapeutic manager. An impression, a signification of empathy and emotion, is cultivated from a script in the service of greater efficiency and production. Sue and Joe are also written into inscribed. They are inscribed upon by demands, stimuli, and competition. The charred outer crust of the psyche, the protective layer that the vesicle of living substance cultivates via desensitization through exposure or psychotropic medication, is a register of writing that reduces an unknowable and unbearable flow of energies to usable and workable residues of real-world stimuli. The scarred psyche, the unflinching body, and the dulled amygdala are the marks of this writing. All facets of psychopathic trajectories under capitalism are forms of writing upon the body and the psyche. Is there some sacred state by which one might exist independently of significatory writing? There is not, and never will be. The vesicle needs the charred crust to survive, it needs the scars of the environment in order to navigate and make sense of the energies of its world. This is why everyone is subject to psychopathic inscription, and why many of the criteria seem like commonplace contemporary characteristics for anyone other than a sociopath. It is why the catch-all web of categories in clinical psychology is so contradictory. No one can be autonomous from this psychopathic writing under the current regime of capitalism. Psychopathy is a statement of sanity, of correct formatting. The psychopath is not, like the schizophrenic or the psychotic, a failed script, a subject outside of the social or working code, but an example of capitalist code itself. Psychopathy is not a malformation or error of capitalism's inscription upon the body and the psyche, but an example par excellence of capitalist code. For Lacan, the subject is nothing but its split, its subjection to the symbolic order. The subject, in the torture house of inscription, is only cultivated through its inscriptions, marks, and scars from the energies of the outside world, the signifying operation. The subject is defined and constituted by the charring from the outside world and the differences that the marks of the potent energies leave. There is no sane escape from the writing, just as there is no escape from the contradictory and all-encompassing psychological categories of psychopathy. Psychopathy, as capitalism's writing upon the organism's psyche and body, is sanity, because to be sane is to adhere to the inscribed codes that allow the organism to survive and navigate the environment, to perform the role and to work productively. Any escape from the inscription is insanity. Psychopaths are a fascination of contemporary culture because they are exaggerated examples of the inscriptions that cultivate everyone's subjectivity. The horror of confronting the psychopath is the horror of the mirror, an exaggerated and emboldened form of our own subjectivity presented back to us. This is not a distortion but a magnification. It is a magnification of ourselves that collapses the poles of good and bad, true and false. This is why psychopathy in psychology has been defined with such contradictory and always applicable checklists. Looking at Hare's checklist, it is easy to liken each category to facets of contemporary subjectivity under capitalism. Glibness/superficial charm equals have a nice day, grandiose sense of self-worth equals because you're worth it, pathological lying equals oh, I'm fine thanks, conning and manipulative equals that's interesting, please tell me more, I'm listening, lack of remorse, callousness equals say sorry like you mean it, poor behavioral controls and impulsivity equals just do it. Because the requirements, effects, chemicals and competition of capitalism code everyone's subjectivity, anyone sane is psychopathic. This prospect may seem bleak. But inside the writing there is the prospect of change, not of psychopathy, but of capitalism. What if psychopathy is both symptom of the poison and source of the cure all at once? There may not be a cure for psychopathy, and there is of course no escape from the psychopathic coding of capitalism, but there may be the potential that psychopathy is the remedy for, or escape from, the current capitalist regime. This is contrary to the traditional view of the relationship of psychopathy to capitalism. It is a counterintuitive and contrary notion. Ronson details Hare's suspicions and studies into corporate psychopathy. Ronson does so via an interview with Al Dunlap. Dunlap was a businessman who seemed to actually, unlike most humans, enjoy firing people. He had a reputation for being remorseless and ruthless. Ronson recounts how he ran through Hare's PCLR with Dunlap. Dunlap reinterpreted each point of the checklist as a productive personality trait in business. Ronson describes how Dunlap's mansion, filled with portraits of himself and statues of predatory animals, is a temple of narcissism, performance, selfishness, and positive can-do aggression. Ronson portrays Dunlap as an empathy-deficient, narcissistic, manipulative, and selfish psychopath. Indeed, there is a lineage of suggesting psychopaths rise to the top in business. Gordon Gekko and Patrick Bateman are significant cultural registers of such an assumption. However, this correlation is misguided. There may be some conspicuously ruthless, manipulative, or selfish individuals in corporate culture, but on the whole, corporations rely on teamwork, shared values, emotions, and empathy rather than fantastically unempathic or unfeeling renegades. For capitalism, bees and ants are better than crocodiles and panthers, but the latter make better characters in film and fiction. This connection between big business and the contemporary concept of the psychopath can be traced back to Ayn Rand. There is an ideological correlation between Rand's philosophy and contemporary neoliberal capitalism. Rand's concept of objectivism and her insistence on what she called laissez-faire capitalism seem to have permeated big business, free market capitalism, and neoliberal ideology. Rand generally rejected forms of authority that intervened in individual freedom or the forces of the market. She rejected altruism, the large state, and collectivism, and instead argued for rational self-interest and self-guided logic as moral guiding principles. Her concept of laissez-faire capitalism is, in many ways, based on seeking a moral social system that absolutely upholds individual freedom and rights to property before anything else. Her ideas are radically pro-free market and pro-capitalist. Social Darwinism, the erosion of state support and the protection of corporate and individual autonomy within a free market is, in many regards, reflected in the libertarian ideology of Rand. However, the focus here is on the type of psychology Rand thought would support and maintain the political, social, and economic application of her philosophical concepts. Behind her thought, outlined in her journals, is her concept of the ideal man. It is explicitly her concept of the perfect nature of a subject that would support and harmoniously flourish in her objectivist world of laissez-faire capitalism. In formulating her concept of the ideal man, Rand repeatedly refers to the kidnapper/murderer William Edward Hickman. The journal commentary of Hickman is flattering and glosses over the details of his crime. We do not need to explore the details of his crime here. What is of note, however, is his character's strong resemblance to many of Hare's categories in the PCLR. Rand saw these qualities as positives only if they were not employed for degeneracy, and likens his consciousness to that of a Nietzschean Superman. 8 Rand's journal is peppered with admiration for Hickman, who is the basis for the hero of her never-finished novel, The Little Street. Hickman said, "I am like the state, what is good for me is right." That is the boy psychology. The model for the boy is Hickman. In one particular section, Facts and Details That Will Be Useful to Me, Rand outlines Hickman's above-average psychopathy before declaring that the world does not need the average level of psychopathy, but rather more extreme and great personalities like him. In the quote below, Rand partly agrees with Adela Rogers St. John's character assessment of Hickman, before enthusing that what the world needs is more extreme psychopathologies like Hickman's. She closes with an approximate quote from Nietzsche. Adela Rogers St. John's cleverly noted that Hickman is an extremist, a type that can either be very good or very bad. This is true, and the idea of the extremist is splendid. We should have more extremists, then life wouldn't be what it is. But she says that an extremist is always dangerous and we all should be just in between, the golden mean, the balanced average. This is a wonderful expression of the view exactly opposite from mine. What I want to show in my book is just the horror of that middle, the illogical, inconsistent, weak, tolerant, mediocre, loathsome middle. For if men were extremists, they would follow each idea and feeling to its end, they would be faithful to their purposes and to themselves, they would be clear, straight, and absolute in everything. And they wouldn't tolerate a lot of what is tolerated now. This is just what we need. She says that Hickman could be either a very great man or a very great criminal. Well, it only shows that he is always great, and the one thing impossible to him is pettiness and mediocrity. For this reason I admire Hickman and every extremist. She says that Hickman was always conscious of himself, always thinking of the effect he produces, always centered on himself. This is one of those things that isn't worth arguing about. The opinion on egoism is organic in every person and can't be changed or argued. So she is afraid of men being too good or too bad. I think of the man who said, "Oh, that their best is so very small. Oh, that their worst is so very small. And oh, how horrid it is to be small." This is what my book is going to say. Extremist beyond all extreme is what we need. At first glance Rand's sentiment seems abhorrent. But it offers hope for a change, not a change towards a world envisaged by Rand, but the opposite. Capitalism requires its own active distribution of empathy. Goldilocks capitalism needs not too much but not too little. Rand's focus on the extreme in relation to the average psychopathic subjectivity is pertinent. If the average subject's personality became increasingly psychopathic, then these crucial requirements for capitalism to exploit, harness, eradicate, and organize empathy would diminish. Capitalism's mode of empathy distribution and exploitation would have little to work with, little scope for organization via inscription. If everyone were to be like Dunlap or Hickman, then there would be fewer opportunities for empathetic or psychic exploitation. Thus, to return to the opening question from the beginning of this book, what if we are living in a world of psychopaths? What if we lived in a world of consistently and increased psychopathic subjectivities? How would capitalism distribute, organize, write, and exploit empathy in this world? If the psychopathic trajectory of the subject is the writing of capitalism, then this writing is both poison and cure. The poison that exploits empathy for capitalist modes of production and exploitation may also harbor a shimmering potential to emancipate the subject from such empathetic and psychic organization. Psychopathy may hold emancipatory potential. It could be a cure. This poison/cure can also be understood as the inscribed crust, the scar that is at once a site of damage and a necessity for the organism's survival. In dissemination, Derrida's deconstructive move pivots around the paradoxical word pharmakon, which can mean remedy and poison, as well as other things. To put it all too briefly, pharmakon only means something particular because of how it is fixed and staged. We should extend this concept to how we consider the term psychopath. Capitalism's writing upon the psyche and the body is always a potentially destabilized, ambiguous and paradoxical operation. Derrida's use of pharmakon can serve as a primer for rethinking psychopathy in relation to capitalism. 9 Psychopathic inscription can be treated in the same way in which Derrida treats the pharmakon. Psychopathy can be understood as a paradoxical and ambiguous concept that is at present, under capitalism, subject to its fixed staging, but it can be unfixed. For psychopathy designates a concept that always meant something other than the narrow, acute, and fixed staging we take it for at present. It designates a concept that is, at present, contingent upon its particular staging, but one that is both poison and cure, symptom and remedy, scar and shield. Psychopathy can be emancipated from any acute staging in order to become a potential for a subverting move on the inscription itself, on the formatting of capitalism. Contemporary culture's demonization, its criminal shading of psychopathy, is a register of the fixing and staging of psychopathy that obscures its emancipatory and subversive potential. The cold CEOs, the unflinching killers, or the narcissistic manipulators are smoke screens that obfuscate how capitalism requires subjects laden with exploitable emotions and empathy. And further, the plethora of contradictory and paradoxical categorical definitions of psychopathy alludes to how it cannot easily be assigned to a site or fixed and staged in a manner that holds up under scrutiny. Psychopathy is an unneutralizable locus of oppositions autonomous from fixings and stagings. It is chimerical and ever-shifting, strafing logic and certainty. The absurd vacillating logic of the PCLR definitions is testament to precisely how psychopathy cannot be subsumed under concepts, and leaves only a ghost for the application of their logic. Psychopathy is poison, cure, symptom, and more. The extreme example of capitalism's formatted subject offers nothing for capitalism's proliferation. The organization of empathy, the inscription, the writing of capitalism is the essence of its potential. Psychopathic capitalist inscription is a painful pleasure, linked as much to the malady as to its treatment, is a pharmakon in itself. It partakes of both good and ill, of the agreeable and the disagreeable. Psychopathy is at once agreeable and disagreeable, good and ill, poison and cure. The capitalist writing of psychopathy into the organism must be understood in a paradoxical sense. Psychopathy is the mark that cures, it is the scar that protects. The etymology of the term is fittingly paradoxical, too, in that it points to psychological suffering. Yet, as many clinical studies and character categories attest, psychopathy does not designate suffering, but a state of heightened imperviousness to external stimuli. It is also a state that does not permit empathetic exploitation but strafes away from such subjection and becomes the mechanism of empathetic exploitation instead. Psychopathy is the symptom of capitalism's writing upon the psyche and the body. It is a register of the poison, but it is also the potential for curing. It holds the potential for escape. The result of the subject being subjected to the requirements, stimuli, and chemicals of capitalism is also the kernel of resistance, the latent catalyst for change. Capitalism needs to organize and distribute psychic energies, emotions, and empathy. It is sadistic in its organization because it requires in feelings, suffering with, and scarring of the psyche and the body. An extreme, or above average, psychopathology is the subjectivity that denies this organization. Psychopathy does not allow the organization and distribution of empathy that maintains and proliferates capitalism. Rand mistakenly thought that a populace of extreme psychopathic subjectivities would cultivate a harmonious and efficient model of laissez-faire capitalism. She couldn't have been more wrong. Chapter 11. Dialectic of Empathy, Deconstructing Sadistic Empathy. The capitalist organization of psychopathy and empathy can be subverted. There is much more to this move than suggesting that psychopathy is simultaneously symptom, poison, and cure. Empathy and psychopathy are parts of a dialectic. This is a dialectic that subverts what were previously oppositional concepts. The contemporary fixing and staging of psychopathy is an acute, blinkered view of just one part of this dialectic. The contemporary assumptions around empathy are also blinkered views of a fixed and staged concept. In folk terms, empathy qua social good is a given. In folk terms, psychopathy as reason for antisocial behavior or hidden motive psychopathy qua badis is also a given. But each of these givens are stagings, they are particular fixings. But they can be unfixed. To understand this we can turn to Horkheimer's account of organization in Sada's torturous orgies of pain and pleasure. This account is imperative for appreciating how a capitalist organization of psychopathy and empathy is merely part of a dialectic that can be deconstructed, in order to see the light of potential. Capitalism's organization of empathy and psychopathy requires that some must be subjected to their own empathy. They must feel the searing heat rather than the comfortable warmth. Others must be digitally formatted, desensitized, conditioned, exposed, or drugged to numbness. Each instance is in the service of capitalism to maintain its organization for production and exploitation. One of the key arguments in Adorno and Horkheimer's dialectic of enlightenment is that a pursuit of reason, in practice, leads to organization and repression under the very opposite of reason, mythology. It is an argument that harbors a deep cynicism for our capacity to independently use our abilities of logic to navigate towards emancipation from repression, a goal of enlightenment. The dialectic of enlightenment is that in striving to be enlightened, a slip into organization occurs, and the result is, ironically, a return to a state similar to the original one, a repressed populace controlled by an organized mythology, albeit of a different brand. Horkheimer's deep cynicism of enlightenment is a cynicism that can be turned towards empathy. His effort to illustrate how enlightenment inevitably fails to emancipate people from repression contains an account of the same conceptual process that can be applied to the question of empathy under capitalism. The dialectic, the slip from a potential mode of emancipation into a repressive organization, is precisely how empathy operates today. Every pang of empathy about the affects of capitalism is a Pyrrhic victory. We scan social media, clicking through a plethora of sob stories. We share endless tragedies. Charity is increasingly couched in emotive narratives that rival anything offered by the entertainment businesses of Hollywood. Charity appeals are no longer presented as injustice and inequality needing moral action, they are instead manifested as at once sadistic and empathetic exercises in voyeurism, of celebrity endeavor, hardship, and trauma. Businesses ply their employees and clients with social lubricants in the service of exploiting empathy and convivial emotion. The examples are endless, but they all point to how empathy is, at present, a shackle. Empathy is in the service of capitalism and an always open window of opportunity for capitalism. Capitalism, of course, inscribes the body and the psyche into a psychopathic trajectory, but it cannot do so without empathy, for it needs to feed off empathy as much as it conditions, burns or medicates it to oblivion. Capitalism needs to organize and format people via the inscription of a psychopathic trajectory, it needs fresh, sensitive flesh and psyches to do so. Organization, formatting, and distribution are important. Capitalism needs empathy by virtue of the fact that it must organize. A digital format must have its zeros and ones. Capitalist writing must have its ink and paper, its materials for organization are the spectrum of empathy and psychopathy. It needs the extremes but only in minuscule percentiles. Contrary to Rand's sentiments in the previous chapter, laissez-faire capitalism would not operate in a world of psychopaths. Horkheimer cites Sada's Juliet as an example of how the modes of a system's organization can be put to a different purpose. Horkheimer's reading is concerned with Juliet and with how she shows reason, organization, and planning to be destructive, repressive and cruel. He is interested in showing how practical reason can be used for the opposite of the hope of enlightenment. Juliet is his model of how reason, planning, and organization can be employed for repression and cruelty. Juliet uses the materials and formats of Catholicism for sacrilege. Juliet draws the conclusion that the bourgeoisie wanted to ignore. She demonizes Catholicism with the most up-to-date mythology, and with its civilization as a whole. The energies which were devoted to the Blessed Sacrament, are applied to sacrilege instead. For Horkheimer, the way that Juliet uses the organizational modes of Catholicism to pursue sacrilege is, we could say, a perverse and paradoxical model of the dialectic. Her approach is enlightened, she is meticulous, methodical, and efficient, her procedure is enlightened and efficient as she goes about her work of sacrilege. Juliet's process is exemplary, it must be followed. This is precisely how the very modes of late capitalist organization can be employed for the opposite of their contemporary ends. Just as Juliet embodies the pleasure of attacking civilization with its own weapons, the distribution of empathy and the formatting of psychopathic trajectories can be put to work for non-capitalist futures. The psychopath is a beacon of possibility. The pop-cultural fascination with psychopathy, and its contradictory and catch-all sets of categorization, hint at opportunity. It is an opportunity for subverting capitalist organization and for using its very modes of organization and repression for emancipation, for attacking the system with its own organizational operation. This is sacrilege. It is sacrilege in the sense that these very modes of organization are instead employed for a different end, attacking capitalism with its own insidious weapons and mechanisms of control. The psychopath is the possibility of emancipation in sacrilege. This is sacrilege in that it operates through the very formats and modes of what it desecrates, through capitalist inscription. Just as Derrida's dissolution of citational fixings, his deconstruction shows how a remedy is always already a poison, a psychopathic deconstruction of organization can show how everything that was previously in the service of capitalism can be set against capitalism. Juliet's personality as well as her sacrilege is deeply psychopathic. There is an insistence on performance, a stress on self-conscious reflexivity, a lack of conscience and a determined callousness. Work out your plan a few days beforehand, consider all its consequences, be attentive to what might assist you, what might betray you, and weigh up all these things with the same callousness you would apply if you were certain to be discovered. Let your features express calm and equanimity, and try to summon up an extreme degree of callousness. If you were not certain that no pangs of conscience would attack you, all your efforts to control your features and gestures would be of no account. Juliet's cold premeditation and callousness is a typical characterization of psychopathy. But it is her insistence on cultivating this personality for a sacrilegious purpose that is significant. In order to successfully carry out sacrilege via the very organizations of the sacred, one must try to become psychopathic. Psychopathy, an empathic callousness, could resist and deny the exploitative organization of empathy. Juliet's effort to control appearances so that a sacrilegious act can be completed recalls Hannibal's escape scene from The Silence of the Lambs. The scene is an example of Julietian sacrilege. As detailed in Cool Customers, Hannibal escapes by disguising himself as an injured policeman. He plans well. He does not let his features betray him. He is calm and callous. It is a psychopathic subversion of a system, an act of sacrilege par excellence. The police officers, the system, actively carry out the opposite of their intention by pursuing their own protocols. By trying to save one of their own men, they actively set Hannibal free. Hannibal, like Juliet, subverts the system in which he is trapped and shows how its very organization, protocols, and modes can be employed for opposite ends for an emancipatory and sacrilegious operation. The fixings and stagings within an organization are put to different ends. Remedy is utilized and staged as poison against the system instead. The police officers that rush Hannibal out of the building into the ambulance are actively breaking the law rather than enforcing it. Tom Ripley is similarly sacrilegious in his subversion of given systems. Ripley constantly utilizes the authentication of documents to provide alibis and escape suspicion. The legal requirements of traveling are put to work against the law, allowing Ripley to move autonomously and, somewhat, anonymously. He, too, is methodical, calm and callous in his sacrilege and exploitation of authorities' mechanics against themselves. A psychopathic subversion of operations, an act of sacrilege, holds the potential for using the organization of capitalism against itself. It holds the potential for escape. Empathy does not. Empathy can only be exploited or formatted into productive desensitization. The distribution of empathy and psychopathy under capitalism cannot be disrupted with increased empathy. This is the error of the left. By insisting upon an unknowable and immeasurable realm of empathy, we can only inadvertently provide material for capitalist organization, distribution, and formatting. Empathy is either exploited or formatted. Psychopathy, a lack of empathy, cannot be exploited or formatted because it is the mark of capitalism, the inscription. Capitalism can only distribute and organize by desensitization, by inscription. These processes cannot be undone. Capitalism cannot resensitize where it has already desensitized. Psychopathic inscription is the mode of capitalism's organization. Just such an organization must be mobilized as sacrilege. Capitalism needs empathy to organize, to work at and put to work. Psychopathic subjectivities are the marks of capitalism formatting empathy. By eroding the material upon which inscription takes place, capitalism may be forced to change into something, which is at present unimaginable. Empathy is relentlessly framed as good, knowable, and vital, but it is the fuel of the machinations that must be opposed. Empathy only provides more possibilities and materials for capitalist formatting of the psyche and body. Psychopathy does not because it can only be increased, it is a one-way street, a cul-de-sac. The crust cannot be charred into resensitization by requirements, stimuli, energies, psychopharmaceuticals or frenzied arenas of competition and quantification. Psychopathy, whilst being a symptom of contemporary capitalist energies and stimulation, diminishes capitalism's scope of formatting, organization, and control. Empathy is the root of control and exploitation, it supports the contemporary throttle of capitalist formatting. The byproduct is psychopathy. It is in this byproduct, this charred, deadened, and desensitized waste, that the potentials and possibilities of escape exist. Rather than insisting on more fuel, more empathy, for the capitalist machine, we should look to asphyxiate its mechanics, its capacities for digitized formatting of the body and psyche, with its own exhaust fumes. The method of doing so is sacrilege, it is psychopathy. Chapter 12. You can't get out backwards. Empathy must be rethought, restaged, to be as noxious as psychopathy. This does not warrant antisocial or amoral behavior. This rethinking can leap from some of Jesse J. Prince's observations, some considerations of neuroscience, Sinnott Armstrong's thought, and Sherry Turkle's concerns of how technology usurps care and companionship. Let's turn to Prince first. The presumption, the quaint belief, that empathy is required for morality or social behavior is as absurd as any footnote of medieval theism or superstition. We can have moral systems without empathy. Not only is there little evidence for the claim that empathy is necessary, there is also reason to think empathy can interfere with the ends of morality. In his introductory outline of what empathy is, Prince suggests that empathy is a form of emotional contagion that is also imaginative. This is a gloriously contradictory definition, as Prince makes sure to highlight. Empathy is not just emotional contagion, it is also an imaginative and conscious emotional mimicry. Empathy is, then, in some regards a proliferation of an emotion fueled by the imagining of what to feel. Prince states how empathy is a kind of vicarious emotion, it's feeling what one takes another person to be feeling. And the taking here can be a matter of automatic contagion or as the result of a complicated exercise of imagination. In this telling observation from Prince we can see empathy to operate along the lines of imagination, contagion, mimicry, and proliferation. I cannot think of a better set of descriptors for the driving forces of capitalism's methodologies to exploit, inscribe, control and organize. Calling for others to have more empathy is sadistic. Likewise, an unfruitful and non-beneficial empathizing is masochistic. Why should a nurse feel the pain of the patient? Why share pathos? Why is there such an insistence on the sharing of pain and suffering? Why maintain the contagion of dis-ease for supposedly moral or social ends? The insidious presupposition that care, social good, kindness, and non-capitalist possibilities lie in the sharing of pain and suffering is a politically paralysing mythology. We don't need empathy to be moral, we can be moral without it, we could be moral psychopaths. As Prince's rigorous and articulate presentation of studies elucidates, when it comes to pro-social behavior, attention and concern matter, but empathy does not, and empathetic sadness is not the immediate cause of helpfulness. Prince's position on empathy could be more aggressive and less forgiving. By delicately, perhaps all too tentatively, elaborating his position he inadvertently speaks of empathy in a tone that veers close to the theological in terms of tolerating a belief that offers nothing other than repression. I do not want to suggest that we should actively suppress empathy. Perhaps it enriches the lives of those who experience it. This is akin to saying how the unproductive, painful, and crippling tools that the field workers toil away with, through blood and sweat, may enrich or add some virtue to their lives. Just because a degree of romantic infeeling is available as an indulgence under the repressive control regimes of capitalism does not excuse its role in the mechanisms of organization. Repression or the mechanics of organization and control do not enrich life. They must be overcome first. Empathy is not the means of escape, but the means of control. The time and space to empathize, to do so without being subject to the organizational regimes of capitalism, could be a luxury of emancipation, but empathy alone is no solution. Empathy is not the means to political change. It is, instead, part of the active and ever-insidious reinforcement of current impasse. Psychopathy must be pursued as a means to change the political territory. We must follow Juliet in psychopathic sacrilege to work towards a post-capitalist future where psychic energies are not put to work, where the mind and body is not conditioned by the requirements of role, energetic stimuli, and psychopharmacologies in the service of production and furiously manic quantifying. It is this future that may afford the time and space for empathy on our own terms and the time and space for imagination, creativity, hope and agency. Prince's conclusion is that in the moral domain, we should regard empathy with caution, given empathetic biases, and recognize that it cannot serve the central motivational role in driving pro-social behavior. Perhaps empathy has a place in morality, but other emotions may be much more important, emotions such as guilt and anger. When confronted with moral offenses, it's not enough to commiserate with victims. We should get uppity. Prince, after his excellent dissection of empathy as little more than a vaguely contagious form of imagination or emotional mimicry, still leaves the door open for empathy. However, the article systematically illustrates that the only genuine influence empathy may have on moral reasoning is one of interference. We should not extend the same courteous reservations of conviction to empathy as Prince for two reasons. Firstly, empathy is a potent mode of capitalism's control and organization. Secondly, because of empathy's quasi-sacred folk goodness, its particular staging. Prince states that empathy is a kind of vicarious emotion, it's feeling what one takes another person to be feeling. And the taking here can be a matter of automatic contagion or the result of a complicated exercise of imagination. Empathy, following Prince, is either emotional contagion or a complicated exercise in imagination. There is an important subtlety to be drawn out here about how empathy is the imagining of a shared feeling. Emotional contagion has quite established research behind it in the field of neuroscience, this will be considered shortly. But now let's focus on how empathy is a form of imagining, the complicated exercise of imagination. It is in this imagining that the subtlety lies. The question to ask in order to understand this subtlety is, how is this empathy qua imagining of the other's feeling any different to sympathy? It is different in that a person imagines, convincingly, that the emotion they conjure is one and the same as the observed others. This is grossly different to sympathy, where the sympathizer might, at arm's length, suppose, or begin to deduce or guess what the other may be experiencing. We could even say that sympathy is the deduction and logic of approaching the imagining of what another may be experiencing. Crucially, however, in the case of imaginative empathy, the empathizer is not affording this gap of deduction or logical supposition, they are simply imagining they are sharing one and the same emotional experience. The sympathizer, on the other hand, would always keep in mind the chasm of separateness, and suppose that they may be able to understand, logically deduce, and call on their own experience to approach or imagine what the friend might, may or could be experiencing, but nonetheless, such a feeling in the other would always be held to be ultimately unknowable. Imagined empathy is the convincing of ISO experiential emotion, whereas sympathy is the logical and learned attempt toward this that nonetheless accepts the impossibility of such ISO experiential emotional symmetry. Ergo, for the feeling view of the empathizer there is no divide between the I and the other, whereas, for the sympathizer, the chasm of separateness is maintained. In the case of sadness, for example's sake, the empathizer will experience the sadness of a friend. But the sympathizer will hold in hand the distance and difference between their emotions and that of their friends. The sympathizer would imagine an experience that is referenced to as sadness and accept the friend experiences their own unique emotion that they also refer to as sadness. The difference here recalls the etymology, the difference between the immediacy of in feeling empathy or with feeling sympathy. It is the difference between I know how you feel and I can understand how you may feel. With this subtle distinction in mind, we can look, now, to neuroscience. It is important to understand what neuroscience considers empathy to be. C. Daniel Batson's work is valuable here. Empathy studies, however, are not always clear-cut. They are complex and there are many differences between what empathy is taken to be. To appreciate just how complex empathy studies are, we can turn to Batson's concise introductory outline. Students of empathy can seem a cantankerous lot. Although they typically agree that empathy is important, they often disagree about why it is important, about what effects it has, about where it comes from, and even about what it is. The term empathy is currently applied to more than half a dozen phenomena. These phenomena are related to one another, but they are not elements, aspects, facets, or components of a single thing that is called empathy. As one might say, an attitude has cognitive, affective, and behavioral components. Rather, each is a conceptually distinct, standalone psychological state. Further, each of these states has been called by names other than empathy. Opportunities for disagreement abound. Batson outlines 8 different concepts of empathy in neuroscience. Concept 1, knowing another person's internal state, including his or her thoughts and feelings. Concept 2, adopting the posture or matching the neural responses of an observed other. Concept 3, coming to feel as another person feels. Concept 4, intuiting or projecting oneself into another's situation. Concept 5, imagining how another is thinking and feeling. Concept 6, imagining how one would think and feel in the other's place. Concept 7, feeling distress at witnessing another person's suffering. Concept 8, feeling for another person who is suffering. Batson's 8 concepts of the term empathy. What the term empathy is ascribed to in neuroscience delineate how students of what is called empathy generally seek to answer 2 questions. One is, how can a person know what another is thinking or feeling? The second is, what leads a person to respond with sensitivity and care to the suffering of another? This second question that students of empathy may seek to answer should be immediately disregarded. A hard line must be taken here, because responding or, to put it another way, behaving or performing, has little bearing on empathy. We can all feign empathy by behaving as if we really do empathize. There is, as the therapeutic manager exemplifies, a big difference between behaving and performing as if empathy is experienced, to actual empathizing. Thus, the focus here falls solely to the former question. But the discounts do not end here. It is here that the subtle distinction between sympathy and empathy must be invoked. Whilst observing Batson's 8 distinct forms of empathy, the distinction between empathy and sympathy must be held onto and exercised. We must exercise this distinction because, as Batson states, with remarkable consistency, exactly the same state that some scholars have labeled empathy, others have labeled sympathy. Batson's list makes no distinction between empathy and sympathy, but does outline 8 different phenomena that are attributed to either empathy or sympathy or both. We must make the distinction between sympathy and empathy in Batson's 8 phenomena. To do so, we can discount cognitive deduction about the other and exercises that follow the conceptual parallelism of sympathy, because our focus here is empathy as distinct from sympathy. Anything that follows the conceptual format of sympathy and affords the chasm of separateness must be disregarded. We can also discount complex exercises in imagination, because what constitutes imagination, and can be observed and quantified by the methods of neuroscience, is problematic. We must accept that one facet of empathy is imaginative and leave this specific thread of inquiry alone. If we were to pursue the facet of empathy that is imagination, we would soon have to ask, what is imagination? But the neuroscientific basis of imagination is not what is at stake here. Following Prinz, one part of empathy is established as resting on imagination. We must accept that a facet of empathy rests upon something that eludes neuroscience and our current technologies. The fact that neuroscience cannot yet reduce imagination to observable criteria does not vitiate Prinz's observation. We must accept this cul-de-sac of empirical validation. Now we can consider Batson's 8 uses of empathy and exercise some of these discounts. We can discount empathetic behavior, for it is merely behavior. We can discount instances where sympathy is taken as empathy. Logical deductions and exercises in cognition, thinking about the other and maintaining the chasm of separateness must be discounted. We must discount imagination because of neuroscience's empirical limitations. Of Batson's 8 uses of empathy, listed as concepts, it seems that many of them either revert to imagination as explanation or appeal to logical deduction or intuition as a methodology of empathy. In the case of imagination it is, aligning with Prince's understanding of empathy, a perhaps vague and fanciful basis for morality or altruistic behavior. Batson's other descriptions of uses of empathy seem to share more with sympathy than the immediacy and iso-emotive concepts of empathy. For example, Concept 7, feeling distress at witnessing another person's suffering, is overtly sympathetic in premise. It is the experience of the observer upon witnessing the distress of another person. Concept 8, feeling for another person who is suffering, contains much the same syntactical tells of substituting sympathy for empathy, or conflating the two concepts, it is felt for the other. Batson is quick to make this distinction too. You might, for example, feel sad or sorry for your friend, who is upset or scared. Many of Batson's summaries of how empathy is understood in neuroscience either explain an imaginative empathy, are conceptually identical to sympathy, or are conflations, or covert substitutions, of sympathy with empathy. Thus, we can jettison concepts 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7. However, concepts 2 and 3 are different. It should be noted that Batson gives more space to these two concepts than any of the other 6. If we are to hold empathy as distinct from sympathy, then concept 3, coming to feel as another person feels, is closest. Crucially, the outline of this concept quickly turns to themes of direct emotional contagion and automatic emotional empathy. We shall come to these shortly in conjunction with concept 2. What is significant in concept 3, and attests to the conceptual lacunae of empathy when considered on a conscious level, is the caveat that those who use this definition qualify it by saying that the empathizer need not feel exactly the same emotion, only a similar one. However, what determines whether an emotion is similar enough is never made clear. This approach to empathy still has the caveat of unknowability. The caveat in concept 3 attests to how verifying if the empathizer's conscious emotional experience is absolutely identical as the object of empathy is ultimately unknowable. Concept 2, adopting the posture or matching the neural responses of an observed other, dovetails with the emotional contagion or automatic emotive mimicry of concept 3. Whilst this definition is by no means conclusive, it does contain sound empirical observations for empathy that do not contravene our definition of empathy as something distinct from sympathy. Also, this approach to empathy does not revert to fanciful imagination as an explanation. Batson cites Stephanie D. Preston and Franz B. M. Duval and summarizes their model of empathy. According to their model, perceiving another in a given situation automatically leads one to match the other's neural state because perception and action rely in part on the same neural circuits. Perception in this instance should be considered in a quite wide sense. Perception might be hearing a voice, or seeing a posture or face. The implication is that upon perception of said object our neural state automatically responds to match or mirror the perceived. So, to propose a simple example, when we see a frown our neural state responds with the same state we may experience when we frown. Such an explanation of empathy supports the contemporary guidance for smiling when taking a selfie intended for an online dating website. We should smile, not, of course, because we enjoy being alone and grinning at a webcam, but for the positive and happy neural state that the hopeful viewer will experience whilst perceiving our smile. We would want a potential partner's neural state to become happy when looking at our page. Elaine Hatfield, Richard L. Rapson and Yen-Chi Lle explore this idea of empathy as emotional contagion. They cite how Hatfield, Cacioppo, and Rapson define emotional contagion as the tendency to automatically mimic and synchronize facial expressions, vocalizations, postures and movements with those of another person and, consequently, to converge emotionally. A great deal of the article details these different types of automatic mimicry and how they lead to a form of emotional contagion. They discuss how we automatically mimic emotive facial expressions, how there is a degree of mimicry involved in speech interactions that influence speech rates, utterance durations, and latencies of response. Further to this, it is not just that we merely mimic one another in action, there is a subjective emotional result. Subjective emotional experience is affected, moment to moment, by the activation of and/or feedback from vocal mimicry. This rather tangible approach to empathy is persuasive. The important aspect of such work is that this emotional contagion or automatic mimicry is absolute affect. It is preconscious and pre-logic. It seems to take a fast and dirty route through the amygdala rather than partaking in circuitous and laborious indulgences of lofty and conscious contemplation. Hatfield et al. State how we are probably not able consciously to mimic others very effectively, the process is simply too fast. For example, it took the lightning-fast Muhammad Ali a minimum of 190 milliseconds to detect a signal light and 40 milliseconds more to throw a punch in response. Yet, William Condon and W.D. Ogston found that college students could synchronize their movements within 21 milliseconds. Mark Davis argues that microsynchrony is mediated by brain structures at multiple levels of the neuraxis and is either something you've got or something you don't. There is no way that one can deliberately do it. Those who try consciously to mirror others, he speculates, are doomed to look phony. It is worth also considering R.J.R. Blair and Karina S. Blair's comment regarding the observation of fearful expressions. There appears to be a subcortical route that transmits coarse-grained information about facial expressions. This route transmits information to the amygdala rapidly in less than 40 milliseconds, as indicated by magnetoencephalography. If neurological empathy is distinct from empathetic behavior or acting, if empathy is considered as distinct from sympathy, and if empathy is not explained away as the result of imagination, we are left with a quite evolutionary, affective, and hardwired explanation. Empathy, in this sense of being aside from imagination, seems to be a preconscious, quick, and coarse reaction to affect. Empathy, apart from sympathy as we have defined it, is either a case of neural mirroring that works through a preconscious route or it is a complex, intuitive, and fanciful exercise in conjuring up feelings via imagination. To suggest that moral good and altruism might extend from empathy, and not sympathy or the performance of empathetic care and sensitivity, is to rest moral decisions on the imagination or the reactions of the subcortical brain. Batson writes of how Sajai and Hoffman presented 1 to 2-day-old infants either with tape-recorded sounds of another infant crying, with sounds of a synthetic non-human cry, or with no sounds. Those infants presented with another infant's cry cried significantly more than those presented with a synthetic cry or with silence. Knowing if the infant's reactions were due to emotional contagion operating through the amygdala in a quick-fire emotional neural mirroring is open to debate. Nonetheless, we must ask why humans, whose socialization and subjective development is absolutely in its infancy, have such a profound response. Batson proposes an example. Reeing in response to another infant's cry may be a competitive response that increases the chances of getting food or comfort. Imagine that we did a similar study using baby birds in a nest. We would not likely interpret the rapid spread of peeping and open mouth straining once one baby bird starts peeping and straining as a rudimentary empathetic reaction. If empathy as an internal state and not behavior, as something distinct from the cold distancing of sympathy is taken as the basis for moral decisions and altruism, then one is taking a leap of faith. It is to appeal to either the selfish, hardwired protocols of survival, or to whimsically subjective imaginations, for moral guidance. The base reactions of the body, the relics of a harder, more brutal life where selfish competition honed our psychophysiological reactions, may not be the surest basis for altruism or moral reactions. The other basis for empathy is as a form of imagination. But imagination, whilst no doubt useful for exploring and communicating injustice, inequalities, or the pain of others, can only maintain a tenuous relation to the object of empathetic experience. The imagineering of empathy, the fanciful flight of imagination, may seem and feel right for the empathizer, but this seeming and feeling always rests on fantasy to some degree. Should fantasy and imagination be our go-to tools for moral decision and the pursuit of altruism? In looking to empathy as a basis for moral decision-making and altruism, one is essentially betting on either selfish preconscious reactions of the survival-wired brain or introspective flights of imagination. The reservations for empathy's capacity to lead us to moral good and altruism do not end here. Let's take the emotional contagion aspect of empathy first. As we have seen already, the base reactions of the body to external stimuli are conditioned by capitalism. Whilst our fast and dirty reaction to affect has evolved from eons of self-interested survival, its contemporary status is also subject to its development and conditioning under the effective blitz of late capitalism. Empathy, in terms of emotional contagion operating at speeds before consciousness, is a case of survivalist efficacy, or a blunted and numbed reaction from an amygdala burnt, conditioned, and formatted by the energies of late capitalist living. Imagination, on the other hand, is utterly subject to capitalism too. Imagination is colonized by capitalism, as Frederick Jameson's oft-quoted sentiment regarding apocalypse is a concise testament to. It is easier to imagine the end of the world than to imagine the end of capitalism. Now, we can consider some particular examples of how empathy plays an insignificant role in terms of pursuing moral good, altruism, care, and compassionate behavior. We can consider how those who supposedly lack empathy, psychopaths, can still be moral. Sympathy is absolutely crucial. Empathy is not, and yet at present it is part of capitalism's regime of exploitation and organization. In Do Psychopaths Refute Internalism? Walter Sinnott Armstrong presents a series of studies from experiments conducted on incarcerated persons diagnosed as psychopathic, due to scoring highly psychopathic on a Hare PCLR or Cleckley checklist. Of course, such studies are flawed in their narrow scope of imprisoned criminals, and Sinnott Armstrong highlights this problem. The aim of the studies are to understand if there is a negative correlation between psychopathy and moral reasoning. Each study contains an experiment to survey the moral reasoning of each individual. These mostly take the form of asking participants to make moral choices. They ask participants what they would do in hypothetical situations. Many start by asking what is right and wrong, or ask participants to rank behaviors according to right and wrong or severity. They are mostly question-based experiments. The data gained from such experiments is overwhelmingly contradictory and/or inconclusive. The array of studies leads to no clear conclusion. It seems that scoring highly on an established psychopathic checklist has little or no correlation with poor moral reasoning. After acknowledging this, Sinnott Armstrong outlines two problems with all the studies. The first problem he outlines is that the questions within many of the studies are not explicitly moral enough. They do not distinguish between asking what would you do, or what should you do. At the end of outlining this first issue, Sinnott Armstrong cites a study that avoided such an ambiguity by asking is it appropriate to X, before adding still, it was not clear whether their participants reported what they thought was morally wrong or what they thought was required by local non-moral conventions. This closing sentiment is a precursor to the next problem. Sinnott Armstrong highlights that it is difficult to know if a response is driven by internal moral reasoning or by conforming to the requirements of local conventions. Here is Sinnott Armstrong's second problem with the studies. The second big problem is that many psychopaths are pathological liars or cunning and manipulative. None of these studies adequately controlled for deception by participants. Hence, even if the above studies had asked participants explicitly about what they thought was morally wrong, psychopaths' responses still might not reflect their moral beliefs. Thus, these data cannot determine whether psychopaths really have different moral beliefs than non-psychopaths or any moral beliefs at all. Sinat Armstrong's problem with the studies highlights that one can never really know if people are being good, moral, kind, or empathetic because they truly are, or if they are only behaving so because of local requirements and conforming to conventions. This is precisely the problem raised at the beginning of the book, in making the distinction between the supersocial psychopath and the very antisocial sociopath. The only aspect of the supersocial psychopath that is significantly different from us is empathy. Many of the other criteria can be applied too easily, or are now increasingly normal characteristics. The contemporary insistence on empathy is a mythology of the definition between the convincing performance or conformity to requirements of a supersocial psychopath and a normal person. In Alone Together, Why We Expect More from Technology and Less from Each Other, the chapter Love's Labor Lost explores the relationships built with robots such as Paro and My Real Baby in elderly care homes. It is a poignant chapter and includes a quite bittersweet section that recalls the relationships that two elderly men build with their My Real Baby robots. In this book, Tuchel is suspicious of machines being tasked with the role of providing care. It is not that Tuchel thinks that machines fall short in providing care, but that real caring cannot be done by machines. It is a subtle distinction. Tuchel writes, to the objection that a robot can only seem to care or understand, it has become commonplace to get the reply that people, too, may only seem to care or understand. Or, as a recent New York Times article on Paro and other caring machines puts it, who among us, after all, has not feigned interest in another? Or abruptly switched off their affections, for that matter. Here the conversation about the value of caring machines is deflected with the idea that seeming or pretending behavior long predates robots. So, the problem is not what we are asking machines to do, because people have always behaved like machines. One might say that people can pretend to care, a robot cannot care. So a robot cannot pretend because it can only pretend. Sinat Armstrong is concerned that the people diagnosed as being psychopaths in the studies he references may be performing or pretending to reach good moral conclusions. Tuchel argues that robots without genuine caring emotions cannot pretend to care because they cannot care in the first instance. However, how warranted are these concerns? Isn't a more fundamental and crucial question to ask, does it matter so long as the pretending is believed, if the act is convincing, if the right moral choice is implemented in action, and if the care is good? If the correct moral choice is performed without deep conviction, or if a convincing performance of caring is provided without the automaton having experienced true caring, then does the question of trueness or genuine nature really matter? Such questions of if moral and good behavior is driven by a deeply empathetic feeling lead to an uncomfortable prospect moral acts arrived at through empathy may not be all that altruistic. Taking imaginative empathy first, if we conjure up the other's suffering via a creative act of imagination and act morally as a result, are we not making our moral action about us and not the other? Empathy-driven morality is selfish in comparison to the moral action arrived at through a distanced and logical deduction, free from personal emotions and feelings. Isn't empathy-driven morality a surreptitious and vicarious addressing of our own experience and not the other? Secondly, we can consider the neural mirroring of empathy, the emotional contagion we cannot help. If this aspect of empathy drives our moral and good act, it is not our moral act but something we couldn't help. It's not like we have agency over such empathy. Claiming that emotional contagion empathizing drives moral action is akin to taking credit for something we cannot help. If a patella reflex test, a knee-jerk test, causes us to inadvertently kick a button that dispenses sweets to children, are we really kind and good, or just accidentally arriving at an outcome others consider to be good? It is for this reason that empathy has little to do with morality other than interfering, and why a good moral subject could be an empathic psychopath. Morality is not at all analogous to empathy. Care, too, has little relationship to empathy. But if we are to go looking for some internal core or shared-in feeling as a reason for morality or care, then such an exercise is akin to the folk belief in the given goodness of empathy. Sympathy, morality, and care are important, but do not mistakenly believe that empathy can achieve these ends. To enter into the assumption of empathy leading to morality and altruism is to nourish a mythology, a mythology that is, in part, in the service of capitalism. The quantifiable form of empathy, in the Blade Runner excursus, is little more than an arbitrary excuse for the repression and control of the replicants that support the economy. As previously detailed, the levels of care and processual actions in an empathic replicants are higher than in their persecutor. The supposed requirement for empathy is merely a token. It is this buying into the value of the token that is the contemporary problem. We can understand this in two ways. Firstly, it is a belief as absurd as religion. Empathy can never be known. Secondly, it is a belief in empathy's given positivity. It is never questioned, but merely assumed to be always good and the answer to inequalities of capitalism. A quaint insistence on the centrality of empathy stands in the way of increased automation. It keeps humans in painful jobs. Empathy is the material of capitalist organization and repression. Empathy is godlike in its plinth of privilege. It is our self-repression wrought on the supposed givens of goodness, moral significance, and necessity. Capitalism, as detailed throughout this book, works in part by organizing empathy and psychopathy. Capitalism requires empathy, to organize by erasure and desensitization. It sets subjectivities on psychopathic trajectories. This is the organization of empathy under capitalism. However, by disallowing empathetic forces, no empathy exploitation could occur and the opportunity for capitalist organization may be decreased. Psychopathic trajectories and empathy organization could not be inscribed so productively if empathy was limited. Psychopathy may hold the potential for eroding capitalism's organizational control regimes, its inscriptions. An acceleration of psychopathic trajectories and emancipation from the shackles of empathy could be the beginning of a different future. The very inscription of capitalism upon the organism, the marks, the charred lines of desensitized flesh and psyche, can serve as flight to an alternative future. Under capitalism, empathy is our god. Sacrilege must be pursued through psychopathy. A moral, logical, pragmatic, and fearless pursuit of escape is the task at hand. Rather than rely on our automatic contagion, our preconscious mirroring, and our conditioned and selfish amygdala, we must be pragmatic in our moral pursuit of sacrilege and resist the urge to let our minds wander from logic to ponderous imagination. A world of psychopaths would not maintain capitalism as we know it. We must resist the nostalgic urge to look back for answers, to a time when empathy was not so systematically enmeshed in the organizational regimes of capitalism. You can't get out backwards. You've got to go forwards, press on. Thanks for reading, have a nice day. Acknowledgements. With thanks to my family and Jennifer Boyd, Liz Devo, Mark Fisher, Jack Mulvaney and Carrie Robinson.